never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Rural communities south of St. Louis reeling in the wake of a major tornado that left at least 5 people dead and multiple others injured. Glen Allen resident Stan Woodfin says the whole town was destroyed.
All those trees my dad had planted are all laying down in the creek, and the upper part of town is in just as bad a shape or worse than this is here.
The Weather Service says the tornado had peak wind speeds of 130 miles an hour. They say the strength of the tornado actually could be upgraded as more damage assessment is done. Right now, it's been rated at EF2. California Governor Gavin Newsom is making headlines for taking a tour through red state country in support of progressive causes.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is traveling across the country visiting red states on what he's calling a campaign for democracy. He stopped in Montgomery, Alabama, saying that state is experiencing a massive rollback of freedoms, considering its integral role in the civil rights movement.
At the end of the day, that's what's going to be required of us to address so much of the rights regression, so much of the rollback of the progress that we've all enjoyed, the national advancement of rights in the last 50 years.
He tweeted out that leaders in the GOP are trying to wipe away our history. He's using his tour to prop up Democrats and progressive causes.
In red states, you heard John Schaefer there. During an historic visit Wednesday in California, Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says there are strong ties, shared values, and people-to-people relationships with Taiwan.
Our cooperation with the people of Taiwan continue to expand through dialogue and exchange.
McCarthy hosted a meeting with the president of Taiwan. A new report from the Maryland Attorney General shows that 156 Catholic clergy members abused at least 600 children from the 1940s through 2002. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia.
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A federal civil rights probe is now being opened after police fatally shot a black teenager last month in Washington, D.C. On Wednesday, video footage of the March 18th incident was released showing 17-year-old Delano Martin sleeping in a possible stolen vehicle. An officer enters the back seat. Martin wakes up and hits the gas before the officer shoots him 6 times. The U.S. Attorney's Office announced a civil rights investigation into the circumstances leading to Martin's death is being opened. The teen's mother is calling for the officer to be fired and charged. Following the inclusion of Finland into the Western Security Alliance, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says he now looks forward to welcoming Sweden to NATO.
Like Finland, it's militarily capable. It's a strong democracy, fully dedicated to upholding the commitments and values that underpin our alliance, including Article 5.
Speaking in Brussels on Wednesday, the inclusion of Finland, which shares a border with Russia, is a major blow to Moscow. Blinken said Finland is a country with a strong and vital democracy and capable military. A small fire has been extinguished at Russia's defense ministry, the building located in the center of Moscow, not far from the Kremlin. Around 50 people were evacuated as flames made their way through the headquarters, with no casualties reported. The fire came as Russian President Putin was having a meeting with an official from Belarus. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, no matter how many times I've washed it.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in 1 wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products. Save on Downy Rinse and Refresh at Target.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, then. I do believe that's my cue to get this party started. All right, welcome in. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Everybody gather around. We got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. There's still a few sprinkles outside the bunker after what was a rather stormy day. Several rounds. A lot of rain, several inches of rain in the mix. Kind of interesting going back 24 hours ago. We knew we were talking a severe weather outbreak through much of the east. But as we fired things up there for our Wednesday morning, our Hump Day show, there wasn't a whole lot going on. Well, by the time we closed things out 5 hours later, 5 a.m. Eastern time this past morning, right there at the end of the program, I did mention that we had seen some activity ramping up overnight. We had seen several tornado warnings, moving to like north central into northeast Arkansas, and right about 5 a.m. as we were wrapping it up, sure enough, one of those tornado warnings was moving into southeastern Missouri. That turned out to be a deadly tornado. At this hour, they're talking, I believe, 5 fatalities from this past day's storm, tearing through Missouri. As we get things rolling here, the midnight hour Eastern time, 24 hours later, still some heavy rain. The good news, none of the activity we see at this hour is reaching the severe criteria. Flooding is the biggest concern, where we've seen the training of the storms. But we're looking at rain from right about west side of Nashville. It's lighter rain there. You get through some heavier rain over western Tennessee to the east of Jonesboro, Arkansas. Heavy rains from there, northeast to southwest, much of eastern Arkansas. Pretty much all of southern Arkansas down in the northern Louisiana, including the Shreveport area. There are some stronger cells down into southern Texas. A couple of those are producing some severe thunderstorm warnings. Those would be south of Austin, Texas. But back to Missouri. Early Wednesday morning. What a way to get woke up. The sound of tornado sirens. Technically it was 4 a.m. Central Time. Widespread destruction, killing and injuring multiple people. It was a rural area of Bollinger County, about 50 miles south of St. Louis, between 3:30 and 4 a.m., according to the State Highway Patrol. Multiple injuries, multiple deaths. The damage pretty widespread, though. Through the early morning hours Wednesday, search and rescue operations were underway with multiple agencies. Crews having to use chainsaws, cutting back trees, brush, trying to reach homes in the area. Then on into the Des Moines area, Des Moines, Iowa. Tornado struck Wednesday morning. There was, as the day progressed, we did see the number of tornado warnings beginning to ramp up. We don't have a solid number at this hour, how many, but the National Weather Service will be out in the coming days surveying some of these. We do know a confirmed tornado right in the Louisville area. One dead from that particular storm this past evening. Early preliminary reports from the National Weather Service stating an EF1 tornado touched down in the Newburgh area. Straight line winds from that storm moving through approaching 80 miles per hour. Multiple reports of wind damage, down power lines, an overturned semi-truck there. Louisville's mayor said this past evening, another, aside from the fatality, is hospitalized after a roof on an apartment complex was blown off in South Louisville. Again, additional survey reports from the National Weather Service, once the sun comes up here on a Thursday morning. Of course, there was the wintry side, a cold side to this storm, where blizzard warnings are still in effect in eastern portions of North Dakota. Even though the snow has stopped, you still have the winds and the near zero visibility with the blowing snow. But look at these temperatures. Due to the cold that's in the forecast for the Minneapolis area, they've already called tonight's game. The Minnesota Twins announcing that the 2023 Major League Baseball home opener at Target Field has been postponed from today to Friday. While a little bit of snow may accumulate over the area through Thursday morning, it's the temperatures, the frigid temperatures. They say it's going to feel like 4 degrees with the wind chill overnight tonight. The wind chill temperatures are going to be falling back down into the teens come game time Thursday evening. So already they say that's too cold to bring people out for baseball. Friday will bring more favorable conditions to the Minneapolis area. Temperatures should rise to about 50 on Friday. It doesn't affect the team very much at this point in the season, he said. There are times during the year where if a game is moved, we've got to shuffle a lot of different things. In this particular case, it's really not going to change much. But, wind chills of single digits tonight in the Minneapolis area. All right, as we roll into a Thursday, closing out that hump day, hope your week's going well. We start looking toward the weekend, and the flooding concerns will continue through much of the South. This frontal system is going to kind of stall out, kind of draping itself from eastern Texas over toward the Carolinas, and several disturbances are going to move across that line, bringing with it more torrential rains over several days to come as we head into the weekend. So we'll break that down for you. But here on a Thursday, our severe weather threat is not over yet. Looks like the tornado threat will be greatly diminished for Thursday versus what we saw this past day. But after 2 days of severe weather and tornadoes, deadly in the central states, things kind of move over east of the Appalachians for our Thursday. And again, a much lower threat of tornadoes for the upcoming day versus what we've seen the last couple. Just enough warm air and moisture will be ahead of the advancing cold front to trigger some heavy, gusty, locally severe thunderstorms. The main threat from these Thursday storms will be straight-line winds and hail. Some locally severe storms arrive in the central and southern Appalachians, even during the overnight hours tonight. May have some vivid lightning, thunder, damaging winds from central New York and western and central Pennsylvania into parts of West Virginia, western Virginia, and eastern parts of Kentucky and Tennessee, maybe even western North Carolina. As temperatures climb today and the cold front lifts that warm, moist air over the region, some ongoing thunderstorms will regain intensity, and new thunderstorms will also erupt from southeastern New York to central and western portions of North and South Carolina. Looks like storms are expected to erupt and kind of re-strengthen along that Interstate 81 corridor from Pennsylvania to Virginia by later Thursday afternoon, before reaching the I-95 corridor late this afternoon into the early evening, at which point in time these storms should be at their peak intensity. So still some major metropolitan areas in the mid-Atlantic that may see some severe weather today, including part of New York City, all of Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., on to the south, Richmond, Virginia, Charlotte, Raleigh, North Carolina, Greenville, and Columbia, South Carolina will all be in the path of these storms. So there's the potential for some localized wind damage, power outages with falling trees. Aside from that, wind gusts, you have 40 to 50 miles per hour common in these thunderstorms. Some of these could bring winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. Rainfall will be intense during any of these storms, so poor visibility, ponding of water on the roadways, that's going to slow down your travel. It looks like good news. Severe weather no longer expected in Augusta, Georgia, where the first round of the 2023 Masters tournament is scheduled to get underway. Now, keep in mind, they say spectators and golfers may be at risk of lightning strikes and the effects of sudden wind gusts and maybe a few bursts of heavy rain. As far as air travel is concerned, air travel should expect some delays and cancellations as storms approach and pass through some of the regional and major airport hubs. Officials may actually have to issue some ground stops at some locations. More flight disruptions likely to occur in the late afternoon and early evening hours along some of those major hubs along the I-95 corridor. Looks like on Friday, we'll see a push of cooler, drier air. That's going to end the severe weather threat in the mid-Atlantic. Further to the south, though, that front triggering the stormy weather is going to stall out in a zone where copious amounts of moisture will continue flowing. Repeated rounds of heavy rain, which will lead to the risk of flooding, again, from Texas to the Carolinas on into the upcoming weekend. Meanwhile, again, with just the heavy rains, didn't have any tornadic activity in our area. The closest, I believe, tornadic cell was the one that pushed through the Louisville metro area this past afternoon. But yeah, had a lot of torrential rains, a lot of lightning in the mix as well. On board, Philly Dan. All right, Philly, looks like you're going to have kind of a soggy day coming your way. I guess Philly Dan, it's his Friday, TGIF, everybody. So enjoy your weekend, Philly Dan. Shorty, along the Georgia-Florida line, I-95 southbound, headed for Orlando, round number 2. It's 73 degrees at this hour. There you go. Let's see, 5-7. Facebook notification. Got it tonight. Okay, copy the mail. Thank you very much. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, all those wise old night owls out there. There's Rockpick checking in. 60 degrees, raining in Rochester, but I'll take this over the snow anytime. Just a quick thank you to all the truckers that keep this nation moving. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Debbie's on board, a moonlit night. Oh, by the way, yes, it is a full moonlit night tonight, otherwise known as the pink moon. Yeah, we'll tell you why. But yeah, the pink moon, I'm not going to see it because we've got nothing but clouds and, again, still some rain outside the bunker. But if you've got the clear skies, like Debbie appears to have, a beautiful moonlit night. Great night for trucking in southern Montana. Be safe and God bless. Christian says, well, there you are. Good morning, all. Moonlit night here, breezy in Iowa. That's actually the milkman. Morning, milkman. Hello, Pappy, 57 in Harrison, Ohio. Rain, rain, go away. But hammer down, all you nocturnal listeners. Let's roll. Here we go. Cap and Ron checking in. 75 degrees, rolling through Ocala, Florida tonight. It's Friday for Cap and Ron as well. And I'm off for the greatest day of the week, a.k.a. Monday. 4-day weekend, Ralph. Friday through Monday. Enjoy that. Semper Fi. Captain Ron. Hello to the Georgia Peach. There's Wanda saying, good morning, Steve. 70 degrees tonight in Dalton, Georgia. It was a beautiful, sunny, hot day. Hopefully, I'll be jumping in the pool soon. It won't be long, especially for those down south, right? Yeah, pool time rolls around a whole lot early. I remember living in northwest Georgia. Seems like we actually opened our pool in May. And you could keep it open through September into, I think one year we were May to October where we had swimming weather. It's a much shorter season in my neck of the woods now. It's more like, pretty much like Memorial Day to Labor Day. That's it, if you could even get to Labor Day. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 71 degrees. I had a great day helping the wife celebrate her birthday. Golf early in the morning, had lunch together, picked up the granddaughters, and met the stepson, his family. Great dinner at the Longhorn Steakhouse. Finished it all off with everybody singing happy birthday in the restaurant there. It was a Memorial Day, memorable day. So I'm kind of tired, but I lasted longer than she did. She was snoring on the couch shortly after we got home. Got to get up early in the morning, though, fix an airbag on the truck before heading out Saturday. It looks like I'll probably be driving in the rain. But have a great night all, and everybody be careful out there. All right, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right. Well, speaking of the Bostrom Wide Ride seats, we had our Mid-America Truck Show giveaway. And Saturday afternoon, when we actually were able to pull when they pulled the winners via, we had the email addresses. So didn't actually have the names, but I have them now. The chair winners for the Bostrom Wide Ride seats. First winner was a Tina Itchner, I-T-S-C-H-N-E-R, Itchner. Winner number 2 was a Matt Burton. And winner number 3 was Jerry Dollar. I was kind of searching on Facebook. Matt Burton, I believe, is from Loveland, Ohio. Couldn't find the other two, but yeah, via the Overnight Drive webpage, Steve Summers Overnight Drive, overnightdriveradio.com, where you clicked on contest to enter there. You can see the first few letters of the email address. And of course, if your name matches those email addressed, because there could be, obviously, with a name like Burton, there could be more than one Matt Burton out there. So, but congratulations to all of our winners out there. Would that be Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler? Morning, Lauren.
Yes, sir, Steve. How are you this morning?
Well, I'm doing well. I'm surprised to hear from you, but I guess you're just kind of hanging around at the home 20. How's the wife?
Oh, she's doing good. We brought her home today. She had her mastectomy yesterday, and everything went well. And they took one of the lymph nodes out, and they said it was larger than normal, but it didn't look like it was cancerous, but they've still got to finish testing it, and we'll know more on that in 5 days. But she came home today, and she's got some tubes on both sides that we have to drain occasionally and keep a record of that. And then over time, as the color in those tubes change when they drain and they get to a certain amount of milliliters, they'll be able to take the tubes out of her then. And then she's got some other appointments coming up yet. She's just real sore right now. She's up sleeping right now, but she's in good spirits. And Steve, I wanted to say thank you. I put a post on the fan page there, but I just want to say thank you to everybody on Overnight Drive, and you included, for the prayers and the concerns that everybody had for her, and had the privilege of getting to meet Mr. and Mrs. Heatwave. They stopped through by the hospital yesterday on their way back home and visited with me real quick, and I got to meet them. And that's just the cool thing about this industry is, you talk to people somewhere, you meet them over the phone, and you may never see them. You might just see them one time, but you all become friends in a big brotherhood, and something like this just proves how much care and concern there is for each other, even though we don't really see each other, but we're all out here doing the same job and taking care of this country.
How about I saw where he was able, I guess he just pulled up outside the hospital, shook hands, and said hello. And I did see he posted earlier, I guess they made it back to the hacienda this past day. So
that's good.
The journey is complete, as they would say. Hey, I got to hit my news break here. If you want to hang in there, we'll be back right after this on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Multiple people are dead and others injured after a tornado struck 100 miles south of St. Louis. Glen Allen resident Shelby Davidson says the tornado was terrifying.
A lot of cracking, loud wind, and it was in a matter of seconds, and then it just hit, and it was just awful.
Missouri State Highway Patrol says at least 5 people are confirmed dead in or near the community of Glen Allen. The twister was on the ground for miles, and the National Weather Service says multiple homes were damaged and trees uprooted. The First Lady is walking back her suggestion that both LSU and runner-up Iowa go to the White House. The LSU Tigers claimed their first women's national title on Sunday, beating the Hawkeyes, and Jill Biden said both teams should come to the White House. LSU star Angel Reese called Biden's suggestion a joke. Even with the First Lady rescinding her invite to Iowa, LSU players remain split on whether to go. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, lines available. Jump on in on a Thursday morning or Wednesday evening, depending on what part of the country you're in. Lauren had to roll there. But glad to hear that the wife's the home. I guess now we're just praying that the tests, lymph node tests, come back as negative, and they can move on forward. Right? Tough times. Now, Lauren did chime in before dialing us up there. Morning, Steve. 40 degrees in Carthage, Missouri. And as he said, my hot blonde wife's home from her cancer surgery, resting, doing well. Yeah, a lot of tubes and gadgets to deal with at this point, but Deanna sends her love to all the Overnight Drive crew. Hey, a special shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss Compound in southwest Missouri. All right, thank you very much to all. Randolph is on board in Springfield, Massachusetts this morning. Hello to Larry. Pretty simple. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there, drivers. There's Plowboy on board from Decatur, Alabama. It's kind of a breezy night, 64 degrees. Thank you, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Everybody stay safe out there. Hello to Roy there in northwest Illinois. 36 degrees at this hour. Well, a little chilly. Feels like 28 with the wind. Okay. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and all the listeners driving in the moonlit night. Christiansburg, Virginia. It's still a warm 76 degrees. Wow. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Hello to Kim. Everybody stay safe out there. Bidu on board. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Lauren did just chime back in. I guess, I knew I'd put him on hold. He said, I lost my signal. We're actually having some storms here. Well, that sounds about right. In southern Missouri, still got some showers and thunderstorms in the mix there. Rain should be gradually, moving off to the east. But again, then again, that front's going to kind of stall out there over eastern Texas. You may be kind of in and out of rain off and on for the next several days, the way things are sounding there. All right, 844-844-3388. Wasn't able to get to him last night. We never did get a Mike. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
It sure as hell ain't hump day.
All right, well, I guess a day late, hour short. But
I know you tried to call in. There were several hours there last evening. We had the lines packed and stacked. It was loaded, so.
Yeah, you had a great show last night there. It was good listening, and the in-between times when I could call there, as you said, all I got was beep, beep, beep. You know, I thought I was driving in heavy traffic there with people blowing their horns at me because I'm only doing the speed limit, you know. But anyway, so you're talking about storms. Does appear as if there's a pretty heavy cell moving kind of northeast, east. It's out there on the 81 corridor by the looks of it right now. Out there, Chambersburg, Greencastle, right there on the 81 down there, probably like the 10, 14, 15-mile marker, somewhere in that area, and it's headed towards like Gettysburg and Harrisburg, and there's a lot of red in it. So
yeah,
I guess anybody out there traveling on US 30 trying to come back towards Gettysburg, and anybody heading up 15 and stuff from Maryland up towards Harrisburg, looks like they might be in for it a little bit. Even here from York, I can see the lightning out there. I mean, I'm looking straight up and can see the moon through some light clouds, but you know, to the northwest, there's and to the west, there's good amount of lightning out there. So I guess y'all be careful over on that side of town. But other than that, it's our favorite temperature, Your Honor. It's 69 degrees.
Oh, really? Okay, favorite, huh?
Yeah. Well, it's everybody's favorite temperature, isn't it? 69 degrees.
Yes, I hear you.
So anyways, there. What else we got going for you? We did you happen to catch on your news there that Gavin Newsom traveling around the country in the red states and telling people how it's that their life would be a whole lot better off if they were more progressive, and how much equal rights have increased in the progressive states, and is he listening? Does he even understand what he's saying? And the Republicans are trying to keep things back and not be. Does he listen? Does he listen to what he's saying? Did he? I guess these people lie so much that eventually they just start believing exactly what they're saying.
I think he actually believes what he's saying, but I mean, it's pretty much like going out there on a tour trying to convince conservatives that socialism is the way to go, right?
Yeah, I mean, how come he doesn't have Bernie Sanders with him? I don't even think Bernie Sanders is that far off on the left side, is he? But anyways, I haven't been paying too much attention to news. We didn't have TV on all weekend, Your Honor. So busy doing other stuff there. Never even bothered. Time we got in the house, it was late and tired, and didn't even bother to turn it on to watch anything. So what happened in the world? I kind of missed all of it there, and sorry to hear about all the people with the storms and stuff down south and the last couple of days. But good to hear from Lauren Weiss and report on his wife there.
Yep, that's good news so far. Good news, yes.
If he's up and awake and for some reason needs somebody to call, my phone's more than willing to accept calls if I'm in a place to do it and time I can do it. So don't hesitate to do that. And I'm glad to hear that Heat Wave and his wife got home safe and sound by the sounds of it. And as I said the other night, hopefully maybe having her out of town and being looked at by some other people, maybe that made a difference, that maybe she'll get some different type of medical treatment that might help her out some more. So that'd be real good, and maybe get her on a good path to recovery. So, but other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you here first thing. So we'll let you go with that. And as I say, everybody out there on 81 south of Harrisburg down towards Maryland, just watch yourselves, because that storm is moving through. And looks at what the AccuWeather was saying, it's about an hour and a half or so. It's going to be moving to the northeast, but all be breaking up. So by the time it gets up to the Harrisburg area and past there, according to what I see on my radar map, it's all supposed to kind of just be dwindling away. And I am just really looking forward to what you got coming for me this afternoon on
Yeah.
995 Florida.
I was going to
that's
say,
just wonderful.
looks like later on this afternoon, but when you're out there rolling tomorrow night, it may be a different story. You're not going to be seeing the moonlight. You'll be more like playing in the liquid sunshine. Well, speaking of the moonlight, April's full moon, also known as the pink moon, is up. Visible in its full glory through the night tonight around the globe. Pink moon rising around dusk, setting around dawn. Visible most of the night with your clear skies. Following the pink moon, full moon phase, when the moon will be fully illuminated, the portion of the lunar face lit by the sun begins to recede. That's what you call the waning of the moon. That leads to the next completely dark moon, or the new moon phase, coming up April the 20th. This point also marks the start of the next lunar cycle, and the point at which the sun's illumination once again begins to creep back across the moon's face, or the waxing of the moon. All right. Well, of course, while your sky watchers will be presented with an incredible opportunity to see the beauty of the fully illuminated moon tonight, it will not actually appear as pink. It's, according to the Farmer's Almanac, the pink moon. Purely figurative in nature. The name actually refers to the fact that the April full moon is kind of in correlation with the springtime bloom of the pink wildfire flower, rather, called phlox. Phlox subulata, also traditionally known as moss pink. So it takes its name from that springtime association, or originating from the Native American culture, like so many other full moons, named by the Native Americans. There you go. Meanwhile, tax time. I mentioned last evening, here we are, already into the 6th day of April, and I forgot to double check. I don't think it's the 15th. It's the 17th. Yeah, it might even be the 18th this year, the tax day, right? Got to file those taxes, or you've got to get your extension filed with the Internal Revenue Service. But this is the time of year, like, there's always a scammer looking to get you. A top antivirus software purveyor issued a warning about a scam targeting taxpayers with false Internal Revenue Service forms that look like the real deal. It's luring people into the downloading of malware. Malwarebytes, in their release, said they found an email being sent out with the title of IRS Tax Forms W-9. It appears to have been sent from the IRS Online Center. But the email, which contains an attachment and very little text, has a very suspicious file. If you download the file, it's going to bring up a Word document that asks you, this document is protected. Previewing is not available for protected documents. You have to press Enable Editing and Enable Content buttons to preview this document. The form could be sent as a zip file containing a Word document. They note the file is more than 500 megabytes in size. That's trying to get the scammers to bypass your email security tools. You will not find many genuine Word documents weighing in at 500 megabytes or more, according to the report. In fact, a file size of 500 megabytes is a potential indicator that Emotet is lurking in the background. Emotet. Malware authors artificially pumping up the size of the document to try and fool or even break the security tools, because the file is so large it may be difficult for the tool to get a handle on and properly analyze it. Enabling this will result in Emotet being downloaded onto your system. This is a Trojan virus. Emotet This thing's been around for nearly 10 years, since 2014, originally created as a banking Trojan. Later versions added malware delivery and spam services, mostly featured in email spam campaigns. The big focus of fake mails helping to deliver the infection includes subjects like parcel shipping, invoices, other forms of payment. Meanwhile, the Internal Revenue Service has said in numerous notices they will never attempt to contact a taxpayer via telephone, text messaging, or email. They are all fake. The IRS says, at least at this point in time, they always opt to communicate through normal mail. You're going to find it in that U.S. Postal Service box. Don't be fooled by the scammers. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Cookie this morning. Just chimed in a moment ago. And she said, Cookie here. Hello, Steve. I've missed everybody for a long time. But a special prayer request was made at our church tonight. A husband and wife trucking team that's related to one of our church members apparently have died from an apparent carbon monoxide poisoning. Do you know anything about that? At this point, no, Cookie, I have not seen anything in the trucking headlines, CDL Life, or anything in regards to that. But I'll see what I can dig up there. That's sad. All right, so prayers for the families involved there. All right, see what's going on with Gilligan, I believe it is. Is this Gilligan?
Yeah, Steve, it's Gilligan. Thank you for taking my call. Pleasure to finally get a chance to meet you there at the truck show last week.
Yeah.
I tell you, yeah, it's the first truck show I've been able to make. Of course, yeah, it's a good little drive for me. It's about 500 miles where I live over to Louisville. But, yeah, maybe I'm going to try to make it another year. Maybe not next year, but next 2 years or so. I tell you, everybody talks about the walking. Yes, there's a lot of walking involved. A lot of people don't realize I do a lot of walking myself. And amazing in this industry how people will defend just laid out stupidity and no cares about safety. I got to my yard down in Greensboro last night, and here sits a truck in the turn lane, almost right across from our gate. Four ways going. I'm pretty sure he was on my brake because he was sitting there when I left. From what I understand, he'd been there for a good while. Right there in the turn lane, on a fairly busy road, just taking his 10-iron brake. I think you can guess what the company is. An old Swifty. I posted on that Swift Unscrewed Up Again site on Facebook. You would not believe the number of people coming to his defense, saying, well, maybe he was walking in to make a delivery. Well, he wasn't making the delivery to the Avery yard next to him. He wasn't making it to the Old Dominion next door. It was a good quarter mile down to the Amazon warehouse. So I doubt he was parking there to walk all the way down there. It's just amazing. Well, you got to park where you got to park. If you run out of hours, you got to stop. You got to stop where you run out of hours. There's parking in this area. It's not that hard to find, but
right.
It's just amazing how people just. Now I need to stop. I got to stop where I'm at. It doesn't matter. It's the quality of the driver. I know about all your listeners will agree with this. It's really went down in the last 20-something years I've been out here. I've run electronic logbooks. I've run the road a few years back. When I was at the Purdy Brothers back in, I believe it was 2011. They started running them. I run them a couple of years running the road. Yeah, it can be a pain, but you still got to plan out your trip.
Yeah.
Yes, plans change, but you still got to have alternative plans. It's a mess, but I've been preaching to the choir this much. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, that there in Boss, I started mentioning today, the people giving out the yardsticks down there.
Right.
Boy, they didn't last long. I tell you what, I gave Monkey Gouger that one. We kept the other one we got. I went back there. I said, well, I'm going to go down there and get one phone. I was down there not long after the show opened there on Friday and Saturday. They was all still already going.
Wow.
Yeah, they snatched them up pretty good. Did you see the pictures, or at least did you get to see that 23 Kenworth they had down there at the Kenworth booth? Did you see that?
I did not get. I didn't get to see much any of the show. I mean, the wife and I, I guess it was on Friday evening. We did make it over to the West. It might have been Saturday. I can't remember. But either way, we did make it over to the West Wing. Able to get our flag. Saw a little bit over there. We never made it at all to the South Wing.
Oh, okay. They had a 23 Kenworth there, first year production for Kenworth. You've already mentioned this, their 100th anniversary year.
Right.
I tell you what, that thing was really neat looking. Anybody out there that wonders how the shortest version KW goes back with the Kenworth, I got news for you. The only thing written on the grill of that truck was KW. It was not Kenworth. That kind of cracked me up. I wish I'd have asked, but I'm not so sure that it was originally Kenworth, originally KW, and then they started calling them Kenworth. It was an interesting show. I'm glad we finally got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I'm back on out of here. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, yeah, good to see you there. Good to meet you. And I hope you enjoyed that dinner there. What'd you get at that German restaurant? I forget what he got. The schnitzel looked good. Of course, again, I opted for the bratwurst with, what was that, brisket chili. That was uniquely different. Pretty good stuff. But all right, about a minute before top of the hour news break, we'll come back with industry headlines. Looks like Scarecrow's going to check in. I did see real quick, I saw the message from Heatwave. I said they made it back to the Hacienda, And he said it's cold enough to light a fire and drink a cold Blatz. I think he said the beer monster apparently stole one of the Blatz on the way. I guess the bottle broke or something, but the other 11 made it safely. Monkey Gouger asks, where'd you get Blatz? He said Scarecrow sent him down to Steve. Steve brought him there to him. Yeah, we made the pass off there in Louisville there on Friday night. So, yeah, we'll get to Scarecrow coming up here. Meanwhile, 844-3388. Looks like Grub will be checking in. 5-7 on the line as well. So lots to cover. Rolling into a Thursday morning coming on here. Of course, we've got to get to the latest, the Trump indictment. Pappy, in his conversation last evening, said, Steve, you realize in Manhattan, I'm pretty confident that they'll convict Trump. Alan Dershowitz is pretty much alluding to the same thing. We'll tell you more, all coming up here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Multiple people are dead, others injured after the tornado struck 100 miles south of St. Louis. Glen Allen resident Shelby Davidson says the tornado was terrifying.
A lot of cracking, loud wind, and it was in a matter of seconds, and then it just hit, and it was just awful.
Missouri State Highway Patrol says 4 people are confirmed dead. The EF2 twister was on the ground for miles, and the National Weather Service says multiple homes were damaged. A shooting during a fentanyl bust in Kansas City has left 3 police officers and at least 3 suspects with non-life-threatening injuries. Police Chief Carl Oakman said the shooting happened Wednesday afternoon during an undercover operation after an attempted deal fell through. He says they believe they have everyone involved in custody. Former President Trump facing 34 felony charges in the first of 4 criminal investigations underway against him. Florida criminal defense attorney and former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan says even if Trump is convicted, he can still run for president again in 2024.
Well, he can appeal, but again, there's nothing in the Constitution that would prevent him from running for the president of the United States, even if he was a convicted felon.
Kaplan says the rule of law should prevail, but Trump could buckle under all the legal pressure. Former Vice President Mike Pence now will not appeal a federal judge's order that he testify in an ongoing investigation of former President Trump's attempt to overturn during the 2020 election. Pence's decision to comply will give special counsel Jack Smith access to one of the key figures with insight into Trump's efforts to remain in power. And the White House says Tuesday night's election of a liberal judge to the Wisconsin Supreme Court shows Americans want reproductive freedom.
The message from voters has been clear. Americans want the freedom to make reproductive health care decisions without government interference.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The highest level meeting of a Taiwanese president on U.S. soil since 1979 has taken place in California.
Taiwan's president was in the U.S. for talks with Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Our cooperation with the people of Taiwan continue to expand through dialogue and exchange.
McCarthy adding he's optimistic Taiwan and the U.S. will continue to find ways to promote economic freedom and democracy. The talks were held at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California, and that meeting did include a bipartisan group of lawmakers, including House Democratic Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar. China warned the sit-down would be a provocation, and Beijing...
Correspondent John Schaefer. NATO is stronger and larger than ever.
On the 74th anniversary of the alliance, I accepted Finland's membership documents to join NATO. Finland is now our 31st ally.
That's what Secretary of State Antony Blinken declared from Brussels on Wednesday following the addition of Finland to the Western Security Alliance. The move is an historic policy shift brought on by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is officially running for president as a Democrat. The environmental lawyer and anti-vax activist says his priority as president would be to address corruption within the state and corporate systems, which he says has shattered the middle class and led to an ecological disaster. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Underway on a Thursday. And we kick off hour number 2. All right, let's get right back to the calls here. Who we have up next? Scarecrow on board. And we're already into a Thursday. How's your week been, Scarecrow?
Well, as Steven Tyler of Aerosmith fame would say, I'm back in the saddle again.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. We were along for the ride last night, Steve, but just there was not the window of opportunity to chime in, so I figured, well, we'll try the early side here this morning. And no, I can't say I missed driving, but I guess given that got to generate some income somehow, no, it's good to be back. Kind of the sleep schedule is totally out of whack, but we'll get back to that too. That the whole full moon thing, I can attest to that. I got down and kissed the steering wheel a little while back, and yeah, she's full up there. Once I made the due east swing at Madison, but I still leaving a pretty impressive shadow down here. So, yeah, reflecting on last night just for a minute, and my narrative has changed in the last half hour. You recall, before I took off, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, I was out of it for just about 2 weeks here now. But prior to the truck show, I was pretty confident that I was going to win one of those seats.
Uh-oh.
And, and you recall, you'd said it would be delivered. Well, I had a better idea. I figured that Heatwave could deliver that on his way home. He could make a pass across the northern route back to New Mexico. So last night when you were talking there and he'd stopped in he was already on his way home and he forgot to make the northern swing. I was going to announce that if anybody's seen a Camaro racing towards New Mexico with a Boston wide ride
in the back, yeah.
Lid, that was Scarecrow's seat. Damn it. Well, you just kind of corrected that thought here a little bit ago. So, so the heat, so to speak, is off there, Heatwave. I apologize for wanting to cast harpoons at you if you are listening. A American sportsman from the Carolinas, 2 weeks back, I said, Steve, as soon as we hear from him again, we're going to hear about all these suicidal fish down in his waters, jumping in the boat. And
sure enough,
we hear last night?
we were slaying them. They're committing suicide.
Oh man. You know, my thoughts are if anybody from the Fish and Game or the Department of Natural Resources or whoever the authority is in his neck of the woods were to look in that fishing count, that bride of Gouger is going to be putting that big blue money maker of his up for sale, along with one fishing boat, just to come up with some bail money. That's kind of my thoughts the way that is going. And so anyway, back to reality here. And for those that don't know what the heck I'm talking about, where I'm going with this, I took a week and a half, 2 weeks off. My eldest son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, they're currently stationed at Osan Air Force Base, South Korea, where he drives a U-2 biplane.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, they paid a visit home week and a half back, so I didn't want to miss out on any of that. So anyway, now everybody knows where any of this is coming from. I'm sure anybody out there with grandkids so looked forward to the day when they first heard grandpa or grandma.
Right.
And it was at least special in our case. And this would have been a few years back now. Well, the young lady, she's 8 years old, going on 9, shortly 9. Steve, I couldn't tell you how many times I heard, "Hey, Grandpa." And that automatically, you come to attention, you drop what you're doing because you know you're going to have to follow that young lady going to lead you on to some endeavor or whatever. It's not going to be covered right where you're sitting or standing or such.
Right.
But and you're not going to deny them when they want your attention. You go for it. So regardless, yeah, that was good. We're plenty of good bonding took place there. It was a little downer there midweek of their stay. I know the English Mastiff. She was at death's door. You could see in her eyes she was done. So we made a one-way trip to the veterinary clinic with her. On the brighter side, the kid's dog that we are taking care of, he is now a permanent resident of Wisconsin. They were going to take him back to Korea with them, but all the paperwork was in order, all the vet visits, all the tests, lab tests and such. But somewhere along the way, somebody had left 2 zeros out of the chip number that's embedded in him. Somebody in California at some point in time. So he heard that. He threw the file across the dining table, Steve, and he didn't say a word. And right then and there, I could see old Rusty was going to be staying with Grandpa and Grandma till the end of his years.
Right.
So either way, but now he's lonesome. I can see that. Those cats just don't provide the same company that that Mastiff did. So I don't know. There's probably going to be another pooch in our life. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
I was gonna say you gotta adopt an acquaintance, adopt a friend, a playmate.
I told the bride that I had actually went to the Humane Society website this morning just out of curiosity. I knew that would get a rise out of her because we've kind of agreed we're going to sit back for a while and let things iron out for a little while. But yeah, she really didn't appreciate, and I was not serious, but yeah, no, I know better than to even go that direction for a while. Steve, I learned more in a half hour of chatting with our son. I learned more about South Korea in a half hour than I did in 12, 13 years of public education. Now what I say, it's from my recollection. Some of it might be his opinion or whatnot, but Korea is not necessarily the country that we are all that it's made out to be. Let's put it that way. They're a country that's pretty much dominated by about six families. About 6 families pretty much own the economy in that country, and the government. Well, I think it's Samsung. Samsung. They're huge, electronics.
Mm-hmm.
Now the president of Samsung, and I don't know how far back this would go, he got charged with bribing payoffs to the president of South Korea, and but nothing came of that because they figured that family was just too valuable to the South Korean economy. And he said, and not to say it's a police state over there, it's a very, very safe, country to be, a tourist in, a citizen in. They had one of their enlisted, and I don't know how far back this was, he got caught for trying to procure a little cannabis. He got 3 years out of that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But yeah, my daughter-in-law, she said, she has no qualms or concerns about walking alone, any time of the night on streets or such. No, so that part, it's very very tourist accommodating and beautiful country when the weather cooperates. The air is crystal clear one day, and the next day you got to wear masks just to filter out the particulates that are in the air between their industry, that drifting down from China, such way. It's a very well kept, so to speak, country and such. They claim they want to try and get us over there next spring, but I don't know. Their plan is to come back again next summer, do some camping. So, we'll see what happens there. But and children. Not that children are spoiled, but they are the future. For Korea. Now he said that Korea is like the lowest or second lowest. They have the lowest birth rate of any country. That so they revere children and such. Even on the train, they got on there, and he said it was an elderly woman. She got up and insisted that our granddaughter sit down there. It's very politeness. Everybody is smiling, happy. They said you go to the airports are just. I think he said theirs is Seoul. It's the second highest rated airport in the world. All the gorgeous pictures we've seen, but and unlike in our country where you're a criminal until you're proven innocent when you check in and such by the TSA and such, over there they go out of their way to accommodate you and make your transition and travel as pleasant as possible. And there's many other things I can drag out here too, but for the moment, it was a good week away, Steve. Bonding with the kids and all and such. But so at the moment here, here's that doggone fuel island again. Funny how that interferes with my call so many times here, but that's the way that is. But so anyway, you mentioned a broken beer bottle. Did that happen in the transit to your place or afterwards?
Happened. I mean, everything was dry when I handed him the box. So.
Okay. All right.
Happened somewhere between the handoff and New Mexico, somewhere in there. But yeah, FedEx got it here all in one piece. And thank you very much. What do you say, Grump?
Hello, Steve. How you doing, man?
Here we are. Have you recuperated from did you walk 25 miles as well?
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, I had to go over to VA and get shots in my knee. I had some tests over at the hospital anyway, and I went up to Ortho Clinic. I said, I just got back from Truckstone. He said, roll up your pants leg. So he hit me a couple times in the knee.
So you really did, but it's like a cortisone shot?
Yeah, it's the last one. Last time I had it lasted about a year, but I have to keep dodging that knee replacement thing, and I said, as long as shots work, I'm gonna keep doing it. And so, yep. But other than that, man, it was a great show. It really was. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I've had a couple of correspondence back and forth with Kevin. He had a hell of a good time there. Man, it was something new, for him, but it was just, man, it just seemed like it expanded a lot. It was just, there was a lot of vendors there, and out in the parking lot, and that Pride and Polish and everything. It was just some of them trucks out there were just unbelievable. But no, it was a good run. It was, we wanted to get back over there Saturday, but God, and both of us, man, we was hobbling around there like a couple old men. I said, dude, I can't hardly make it. He's like, I can't either, man. His leg was swollen up. Old Jimmy's leg was swollen up. My knee was about, I thought I was going to have to cut my my knee on my pants to, because it's swelling
Wow.
up so big. But yeah, we got it. I got on back home, but yeah. So, but Rowan likes his guitar, huh? Yeah. He called me. When was it? Monday, I think it was. Yeah, Monday. Him and Beth called, but it was. He was super excited about it. I got him a care package of guitar stuff I'm gonna send to him. Strap.
I don't know if you were
like
with
that.
us there, because Sunday night, Monday morning. No, it's actually, I wasn't on. It was Monday night, Tuesday morning. When I first came back since the show, said when we pulled in here, I guess we got home Sunday about 2 in the afternoon, something like that. And I go out to the back of the car, start unpacking things. I said, Rowan, come here, buddy. And I need some help carrying some of this stuff in. So he comes out there, and I had some bags on the ground that he was going to pick up, and I pulled the box out. And I said, here, why don't you carry this in for me? And he kind of looked at it, and he said, is that his guitar? I said, no, buddy, it's your guitar. And you should have seen the look on his face. He looked and he's like, what? He was blown away. Yeah, so he was so thrilled about that.
Yeah, he brought it up a couple of times there, and I was going to give it to him earlier, and I just before they left, I thought they were going to be around a little bit, but yeah, it was. And I thought, well, I better talk to y'all about it first. I didn't want him. Maybe you had to explain the rules and stuff, when to play and that kind of thing. So I thought maybe it'd be a good thing for Grandpa to.
Well, like as Jolly
Break
Green
the
said, I guess I'm going to have to do some online searching. We got to learn how to tune a guitar first.
Oh yeah, I got a little tuner I'm going to send him. It's one of mine. So all he's got to do is just turn it on and thump the string and get it right. It'll be pretty easy. He's a smart kid. He'll get that figured out pretty quick. But yeah, he was just a pleasure to talk to, man. He's a good young man, and just sitting there talking to him. But like I said, he's kind of reminded me of my son when he was little, and you just forget they're little boys, but they talk like men. They're big husky, kids.
Well, for as big as he is, he's only 11 years old. But I mean, looking at him, you'd think he's mid-teens.
Yeah. Yeah, but he was having a ball. He just he really enjoyed it. He kept asking me about that guitar. I said, I'm gonna give it to him. I said, hell, I don't need it. I got so many guitars. If I brought another guitar home, my wife would bust me upside the head with the damn thing. So I was really surprised I won it. So I got. Yeah, we got them hanging all over the walls and stuff.
Somebody was asking where you won that. Was it the Trucker Final Mile booth, or where'd you actually win that?
Yeah, it was. I was still there at your booth, and Rich, he was going around. Him and Jimmy, his cousin, and I said, "You mind taking my tickets over?" And he said, "Yeah." So I took my tickets over there, and damn if we didn't win. So it was kind of surprising. He come carrying that guitar. He sent me a message, said, "You won the guitar," and I finally. It dinged again, finally, in there you didn't have reception very good, but it finally beeped again. I looked at it, and he was walking up at that time holding that guitar up, and I was like, I'll be dang. So, yeah, but, Rowan needed that, man. He really did. I think he a good kid, and everything, just good conversation and everything with him. I thought, he needs it worse than I do. I sure as hell don't need another one. But I was glad he liked it. But he called me there. Him and Beth called Monday, and he was just couldn't get enough. Just happy as a lark about it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool,
man. Yeah, so I'll get him that care package in the mail there when I get home, and got the guitar tuner, and I got some some strings. Company out of Nashville, they send me time to time. I do a lot of work on other people's guitars, and done it for 40 years or better. And got in with a couple of companies down there, and kind of recommending their strings and stuff. Like little things about them. Like Christmas time, they sent me a case of strings. So I got plenty of strings for him. So yeah, it was a lot of fun though, man. It really was. It just God, it just seemed like it just all that walking and everything, and we was going around some of the booths. And did you see? When you was walking around, did you see all the additive booths there that had, for fluids and things. Me and Kevin was talking about that. I said, man, look at this place. I mean, everywhere you look, there was somebody that had something to put in the engine of a truck or your gas tank or something. And hell, they was standing there, just looking bored out of their mind. And, you look at the Hot Shot Secret booth, that thing was busy constantly. I mean, it never let up. And Chris told me they had to bring in another salesman, for Friday. I was like, wow. But they were selling stuff. In fact, I was walking by, I had a Hot Shot Secret bag there, had a hat in it and stuff. And I was walking around there, looking around. I was going to the bathroom. This guy, hey, come here. You got a diesel engine? I said, yeah. And he said, you want to know about some good products? And I pulled that Hot Shot Secret flyer out and handed it to him. I said, yeah, trot your ass down there and buy you some. And he had a fluid booth, and he stood there and looked at me like I had 8 heads. And I thought, man, if I wanted your junk.
Go down there and buy you some. That's great. That's funny.
But he said, all right. And he kind of wadded it up and threw it away. And I said, okay, I guess you ain't going to do it. But, it was I couldn't believe it, man. There was a lot of them there. But they had some really good vendors. And good seeing old Cue Ball. He was doing his thing there. And Dean and Susan, they showed up. And, yeah, it was just a good time, man. It was like a big family reunion, Everybody'd known each other for years.
Yeah, it looks like I saw Dean. I guess they've made their way all the way back to Europe now. So I think they landed in Germany about this time yesterday.
Yep, I think he's over. I just seen a post there a minute ago. I think he's over in London right now. I think they caught a puddle jumper over there and went to London. That used to be my big hangout, man, down Piccadilly Circus. Every time I had some time off, I always ran down there. It's just nuts down there in that place, But yeah, it's kind of crazy now, with all the crap that goes on over in England. But it's in many ways it's worse than what it is here. But yeah, we used to have a long weekend or something, hop on them intercity trains, take off up to Edinburgh and do the Scotch tours and things like that. Go forget about Hass-Sozzle and then get on them, come back. But, yep, that was a good time. That was back when I could walk.
Right. Hey, Grump, I'm about to get run over by the truck. We got to get our news break here, but we'll be right back.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says NATO is stronger and larger than ever. He made the comments from Brussels today following Finland being added.
On the 74th anniversary of the alliance, I accepted Finland's membership documents to join NATO. Finland is now our 31st ally.
The inclusion of Finland, which shares a border with Russia, is a major blow to Russia. The founder of Cash App is dead after being stabbed in San Francisco. 43-year-old Bob Lee was also the former chief technology officer of the app Square. Lee's death comes following a report that Cash App's parent company, Block, is allowing fraud and crime to run rampant on the app. Former President Trump may go to trial just as the Republican presidential primaries kick off. He's facing dozens of criminal counts in New York City. Prosecutors in that case are pushing for the trial to start in January 2024, just before the primaries in Iowa and New Hampshire in early February. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A couple of things I wanted to ask you about, Grump. First of all, did you guys get by any of the, like the educational sessions, the FMCSA listening session, any of that stuff, or did you just kind of see the show?
I wanted to get over there. We headed over there once, but they said the sign up was full. They only took so many people in that room. So I said, all right, that's cool, whatever. And other than that, we just stayed pretty much in the show. Kind of walked around. But I'm not sure if they're gonna, if OIDA is gonna post anything on their site on what they talked about. I think Todd Spencer had and a couple of them had some seats in there that they had some questions asked. But the way I understand it, it was just a listening session. They didn't take many questions or anything like that. It was just, them talking, and that was pretty much the end of it. But everything else, I think the let's see, what was it? The speed limiters and things like that. Of course, I think they brought that up. But just listening to some of the guys that were going in, that's what they were focusing on. They wanted to talk about some of the, speed sensors and some of the other things, that's pertinent to the industry. But now I'd like to went in there. I had a few questions I wanted to ask, especially about the visa drivers and I think they probably wore out the speed speed limiters. I think they had several people that had questions about that concerning that, but as far as I know, they're just keep pushing that down the road a little ways, which they should, because it's, election time. They'll be running their mouths about it here pretty soon. But, they want to stay pretty hushed about I've written several letters about and even called my congressman about some of these visa drivers and how they're justifying this. They're still bringing them over here under the COVID Act, under the COVID relief deal. And to help out, which is kind of odd. I mean, hell, we got plenty of help wanted signs at trucking companies, but they seem to be gravitating toward the visa driver for some reason. I don't know why, but I guess because they can live in their truck and never shut it off, basically. But it's I had several questions about that, but no, it was pretty packed on. Let's see, Thursday was one day that they had the deal over there, and it was pretty packed. So then I asked, I said, is there any chance of getting in? They said, no, we've got a full register right now of everybody. I said, all right, whatever. So that was it'd been fun. It'd been interesting to kind of listen to some of that, but I don't know if they're going to have any minutes to it or what. I'm going to look online, see if they got something going on with it, especially through the FMCSA. But you had some pretty good interviews, though. You and Toby Young kind of had a good interview there. Let's see. There was a couple others come over that were you able to ask some good questions on some of the trucking industry and get some decent answers? Or
I think it was probably some of the best interviews all the years I've been going down there. St. Christopher Fun, Shannon Courier, she was a great interview. It's got the NTPA guys. That was pretty educational as far as the tractor pulling stuff and all that. But talked to a lot of interesting characters over the weekend.
Yep, you did. I was trying to, kind of listen in, but hell, I couldn't keep internet in there. And some of it, I kind of wish. I know that speaker would have been kind of interfering with you there, kind of getting some feedback on it. But I kind of listened on the replay. But yeah, you had some damn good interviews, man. I was pretty impressed with the lineup there. It was pretty good. But it's I think talked to Kevin there quite a bit about it, and he was really interested in a lot of the things that went on in that trucking show. I mean, he really was. He walked around and talked to people and looked at stuff, and it was all new to him, and asked 1,000 questions about the trucking industry and things. So it's I think things are going in the right direction. It's it just, I don't see how in the hell he walked in them boots, man. I ain't kidding you. I had on hiking boots, and I was like, damn. I said, your feet killing you? Nah, I'm all right. Man, you one tough cat, buddy. But it was just I think he was a lot of pretty much amazed about some of the trucks outside, and some of the money that they spend on them. And I heard one dude said he topped the $500,000 mark on on getting his truck ready and fixing his truck and stuff. I was like, gee, man, Christmas, man, that's a hell of a nice home, but I don't know. It's next year we'll see what happens. It's going to be hard to top next year. I mean, with this one, this was as many times as I've been there, it's probably one of the best ones. We went to, like I said, we went to Mercer's dinner that on Wednesday and Wednesday evening there, and had a hell of a good time over there. It just that is a top-notch outfit, man. I worked there for years, but it's it's just a top-notch place, and it's just like old home time. When I walked in the door, it's like, hey, Gary, welcome home.
Right.
One of them things is, okay, here we go. So yeah, it was a good time. Jimmy had a lot of fun, Gouger. We kind of got steered up to that bar up there. They had that one of them. I don't know. It was one of the trucking venues had a party up at one of the bars up in downtown, and even at Christmas had to park in this damn parking garage, 3 blocks away, and wasn't nothing around there but thugs and goons and stuff like that. And I said, man, I started grabbing that damn artificial arm off Jimmy so I could have something to swing.
Wow.
And it was it was interesting. We got up there and walked around in there, and he said, "Do you see any truck drivers in here?" I said, "Not a damn one." He said, "Get the hell out of here." And there's one guy walked by, had on a trucking T-shirt, but the rest of it looked like a bunch of yuppies and just a bunch of idiots in there, playing music nobody liked. And we walked back by, and I said, "This is the trucking thing, right?" And she goes, "Yeah, there." I All right, bye. We left. No, I've been around truck drivers. I know what truck drivers look like. There wasn't a damn one of them there, but yeah, it was interesting. But have you ever been to any of those venues or anything up through there? Any of those parties you ever got away at any time?
Yeah, I mean, there was one year. I'm going back way back. Yeah, we went to 4th Street Live. Is that where you were? The 4th Street Live thing?
Yeah, went up there. Yeah, yep. That's an interesting area through there. It really is. But man, I couldn't believe all the damn, all the panhandlers and bums out there. Had their share of them. But we went up to one a few years ago. We went up. I can't remember who was putting it on, but it was now that was a hell of a party. They had it up there, and it was quite the party. But yeah, it's just downtown, an area, and then you got to figure out how the hell to get in and out of them places. But it was a lot of fun. But I don't know, man. I tell you, I'm looking forward to the next one. It's we got some, I got some things planned, with Kevin's been sending me some stuff to write about, so we'll see how it goes, and I'll get in touch with you on that.
That'll be good. All right. Well, thanks again so much for rowing the guitar. That was above and beyond the Call of Duty, but he was pretty darn thrilled.
Oh, so. Man. It was a pleasure, man. It really was. I got him some other stuff I'm going to get sent to him, and I got an app that he can get on, get it tuned up and, some other things, And he's pretty excited, so I'm pretty happy about that. But have a good night, buddy.
Hey, thank you for checking in. It was great to see you, hang out a little bit for the amount of time that we could spend together, because it was busy. You know what I mean? He mentioned the FMCSA listening session there. All right, so I guess back Friday, Mark Schremer with Landline kind of wrote a bit about the listening session on broker financial responsibility requirements, the public listening session that took place that day, discussing with 2 different active notices related to brokers. All right. Many drivers use that listening session, they say, to inform the FMCSA about the existing problem and to urge them to start just enforce the existing regulations. Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OOIDA, who we did get a chance to interview there on Thursday, I think it was, he said, I see problems with broker transparency in our office every single week. One big broker in particular is guilty of this, but from others as well. Our guys are getting chargebacks after they go to a customer and get a clean bill of lading and leave. A week or 2 later, they get a bill saying there's a claim, and they always charge an even number, like $500 even or $1,000 even, because they don't have broker transparency. They don't even tell you what the charge is for. The sooner we can take care of these things, the better it'll be for everybody. Driver Lee Schmidt Jr. said, this is not an attempt to control broker pay. Instead, knowing how large of a cut the broker's taking that would provide fairness, it just needs to be transparent, he says. We don't need you to regulate their pay. We just want to see it. We can fix the industry ourselves. Another driver, Daniel Coors, has been fighting the broker transparency issue for years. Coors was among a group of truck drivers back in May of 2020 that went to D.C. to give the problem some attention. You have the power to change this, he said. You have the power to tell the brokers they have to follow the guidelines. That's what we're asking for. This has been on the books since the Green Book, the FMCSA, since you've been in existence. What we need is your help in making sure that the brokers follow the rules. We don't need you to set rates. We don't need you to set who makes profit and who doesn't. By giving us that transparency, we can go in the next time and negotiate a fairer rate. Under the heading, what's next? Well, the FMCSA did not provide a time frame for when they will issue a broker transparency rulemaking. FMCSA's Larry Miner said the next unified regulatory agenda should be published in the coming weeks, and a target date should be unveiled at that time. The comment period regarding broker financial responsibility requirements and the broker definition actually will be closing today, April 6th. They had actually extended those comment periods in order to have this listening session in Louisville to get more feedback here. Comments on the responsibility requirements can be made by going to regulations.gov. Again, there's two separate. One is about responsibility requirements. The other is regarding the broker definition. What is technically a broker? Now, you go to the regulations.gov website, and again, today is the deadline. So if you want to get comments in, you would need a docket number. When you go to regulations.gov, the first is the docket number, FMCSA-2016-0102. That's the one about responsibility requirements. The broker definition, of course, regulations.gov. The docket number, FMCSA-2022-0134. And I use the dashes because they say you must input the dash, FMCSA-2022-0134, and that'll get you there. Comment period expires today, 6th day of April. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right. Shared the numbers. Prices at the pump, which have rather consistently been coming down for a number of weeks as far as diesel's concerned. When OPEC made their surprise announcement a few days ago, I've seen a number of folks saying, hey, we're seeing 20, 30, 40 cent per gallon jumps in gas prices almost overnight. I think that's the knee-jerk reaction about the OPEC announcement. But according to the Landline report this past day, despite the weekly reports continuing to show a decline in diesel prices, concerns are indeed growing over, are we going to see another summer of elevated fuel prices? after OPEC unexpectedly announced production cuts. The voluntary cuts were said to cut the OPEC plus oil output by more than 1 million barrels per day. Now, this after oil prices were pretty much their lowest in 15 months amid uneasiness surrounding the global banking crisis. Industry analysts are forecasting as much as a $10 increase per barrel following the announcement. OPEC said the cuts were approved to support the stability of the oil market. Now, the United States National Security Council called this decision ill-advised. Given the market uncertainty, we're focused on prices for American consumers, not barrels. Prices have come down significantly since last year. More than $1.50 a gallon from the peak last summer. Now, we're going to continue to work with all producers and consumers to ensure energy markets support economic growth and lower prices for the consumer. That's all the talking points, what they want, saying what they think the people want to hear. Don't forget that the summer of 2022, how many millions of barrels did we suck out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? We're not going to have that option. There's no way they can opt to go that route based on how much we've already depleted the darn thing. So if prices start to elevate again, I don't know what the options are going to be. Maybe Biden can go back and get on one knee and kiss the Saudis' ring, begging for more. But the surprise announcement that was made over the weekend, beginning next month in May, Saudi Arabia is going to cut 500,000 barrels per day. Iraq will be cutting 211,000 barrels per day. 144,000 barrels per day from the United Arab Emirates. 128,000 cut from Kuwait. 78,000 barrels a day from Kazakhstan. Another 48,000 from Algeria. It'll be a 40,000 barrel per day cut from Oman. In addition, Moscow announced a cut of 500,000 barrels per day through the end of the year. Thus far, oil prices had been little change. Brent crude was at $84.94 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate was at $80.71. Now, these are Tuesday numbers. KTTC TV in Rochester, Minnesota saw a 10-cent jump in diesel prices and a bit more for gas prices in that region. And like I said, last evening I was getting messages from several around. The Rubber Duck was one that said, I think he saw a 30-cent a gallon jump, just like overnight. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes once those cuts are actually implemented. And ironically, the cut announcement was made and the U.S. inventory levels were actually shrinking a little more than anticipated over the past week, for that matter. Shrinking inventories, production cuts combined don't typically bode well for prices at the pump, if you know what I mean. All right, what do we got? Dipsy Driver on board. Good morning, team. The most informed audience out there. 43 clear here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. After a 72-degree high, a stormy Wednesday we saw. Have a great show as always. There's Eskimo Mom. Howdy from a breezy Louisville. Got an Owensboro bowling green pedal to keep me busy tonight. Clouds beginning to slowly thin out a bit. We're down to 57. That's exactly what I'm seeing outside the bunker here. Kevin says, hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. There's Roadmaster in Chillicothe, Ohio. Still raining there. 55 at the moment. Good morning to the gang, he says. Country Bumpkin checking in. Still in the hospital. God bless the overnight drive family. I know he was, wasn't you supposed to have that procedure this past day? And I know they're looking to see if he actually has cancer. So he had called in. It was good to hear from you last evening, Country Bumpkin. We're all thinking about you. Prayers that maybe you get some good news. Not the bad news, if you know what I mean. A couple minutes before we hit news break, we'll get started with 5-7, though. Morning, 5-7. You made it through the swamp, did you?
Oh, yeah. We're in Walterboro, South Carolina right now. Just crossed up under I-95. there's a little blurb that comes on. Benny on the Block is he's sort of like Tucker Carlson and all like that. Renegade says I need to be more clarified and try to, don't take for granted people understand who you're talking about and all this. So that was his clip, but he did a gag outside of Buttigieg's building here, and he brought a bunch of bottled water, legit bottled water, but I guess he re-tagged them. And it was free water from East Palestine, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting outside the building. Of course, they made him move down the sidewalk a bit. And while he was doing that, one of the employees come walking up and, acknowledged that he knew him, that he followed his side all the time. Now, Benny on the Block's the one that goes around showing the destruction in D.C., the fence going up, you can't put a fence up in the border, but we got a fence around the Capitol. He's college kids. He's really simple questions, and so that's who he is. But this guy comes out of the building and basically tells him that the employees inside Buttigieg's office are very angry. They feel like that the EPA is being weaponized.
They didn't want to drink the water, you're saying? Well, hold that thought. We'll pick up there after this.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Several people are dead after a tornado hit the town of Glen Allen, Missouri, about 100 miles south of St. Louis. Glen Allen resident Shelby Davidson says it was terrifying.
A lot of cracking, loud wind, and it was in a matter of seconds, and then it just hit, and it was just awful.
Authorities are going door to door in a search and rescue mission, but 5 deaths have been confirmed. Former President Trump may go to trial just as the Republican presidential primaries kick off. He's facing dozens of criminal counts in New York City related to alleged hush money payments to kill negative information before the 2016 election. Prosecutors in the case are pushing for the trial to start in January 2024, just before the primaries in Iowa and New Hampshire in early February. Former Vice President Mike Pence says he will not appeal a federal judge's order that he testify in the ongoing investigation of former President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. It's unclear exactly when Pence will appear before the grand jury in Washington, D.C. Taiwan's president met with Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy today at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in California. It's the highest-level meeting of a Taiwanese president on U.S. soil since 1979.
Taiwan is a successful democracy, a thriving economy, and a global leader in health and science.
McCarthy added that he's optimistic Taiwan and the U.S. will continue to find ways to promote economic freedom and democracy. That meeting included a bipartisan group of lawmakers, but China warned the sit-down would be a provocation and Beijing would respond. Get ready to see higher prices at the pump. Gas Buddy says OPEC's decision to cut oil production will cause gas prices to rise. Estimates range anywhere from a 10 to 20 cent per gallon increase. And Elon Musk is no longer the wealthiest person in the world. He's dropped to number 2 on the Forbes list of world's richest people. French fashion mogul Bernard Arnault is now number 1. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says NATO is stronger and larger than ever. He made the comments from Brussels today following Finland being added.
On the 74th anniversary of the alliance, I accepted Finland's membership documents to join NATO. Finland is now our 31st ally.
The inclusion of Finland, which shares a border with Russia, is a major blow to that country. Former President Trump took to his Truth Social platform this morning to call for the defunding of federal law enforcement agencies. Trump called on Republicans to defund the Department of Justice and the FBI until they come to their senses. There's a move going on in many school districts across the country to shorten the school week to 4 days. But Jeannie Stone of the education nonprofit Commit Partnership says that's not a good move for students.
It's 36 fewer days with their peers, 36 fewer days to be counseled by advisors, 36 fewer days to learn.
She also says a 4-day school week is hard on working parents who work 5 days a week. Districts say the 4-day week is a way to try and entice new teachers. Today's the day to take a selfie in your closet, your basement, or your bathroom. This is National Safe Place Selfie Day. The National Weather Service is using the campaign to encourage you to prepare for severe weather and know where you can safely hide. Forecasters want you to pause right now, look around. Where would you go if life-threatening weather rolls in? Go to that spot, take a selfie, share it with the hashtag SafePlaceSelfie. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, welcome back as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, make our way into a Thursday. Yeah, one time zone to go. That's our friends on the West Coast, about an hour from now. And greetings this morning from the TNC Radio.live studios in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center in a very rainy Houston, Texas. Coming up after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive this morning, all new episode of Wednesday evening's primetime lineup. First, it's Captain Kirk, Christine Gray, and the bunch of the originals, including the Carolina Monkey Gouger, Granny, and others, talking about the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. And it's Taillights with the Bombs. Should you sign that traffic ticket? Yeah, the answer might not be as simple as you think. Listen, and look, Larry and Angie have an eye-opening discussion with the folks from ProtectMyCDL.com. Turns out there are many options when an encounter with law enforcement is less than the driver was hoping for. However, you have to do and say the right things. So an educational session this morning. Finally, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, Anderson and Banker, bring it. Clutch Time Sports with the NCAA Finals last week. The NBA Finals just starting. Major League Baseball's opening weekend. The Masters starting today. Yeah, plenty to discuss in the world of sports. It's safe, it's healthy, and they avoid the negativity so often that you find in sports talk. Anderson and Banker, all TNCRadio.live. There you go. All right, welcome back, 5-7. You were talking about this Buttigieg, I guess a prank that somebody pulled. So it appeared there was, they was giving away water from East Palestine or something?
Yeah, it was just a prank. Benny Johnson, he's got a site, does all these, these pranks and questioning kids at the beach and all this stuff. But he's outside the building, Buttigieg's building there, and, giving out free water, East Palestine water, and they made him move away from the front of the building. But one of the employees comes out, and they smudge him out and sort of disguise his voice, but clearly come out and told them that the people inside that office are angry because they know that they are being used, weaponized against conservatives. They're dragging their feet on any kind of help to Palestine and Ohio. Meanwhile, they're just dumping money in any of the blue states where they're so. Basically, what it comes down to at the end of that interview, he says, clearly this was a gag, but it turned out into a fact-finding mission, and this needs to be investigated. And I just thought that was interesting. I believe I shared that on your fan page. But there was another one. If you remember the name Brian O'Keefe, he used to be the top dog or the guy that go undercover at Project Veritas. But he did another thing here where he was walking through the neighborhoods in Maryland and looking up for donors. It was clearly that donors were given, maximum amounts of money several different times, which is illegal, from the same address. And sometimes if it was like, James Edward, it would be Edward James. They did a verification of the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But he knocked on the door, several people, and several of them, like old elderly women, and said, yeah, I donated to them, but I only donated, or they go, have you been donating $1,000 a week? And this elderly woman goes, oh, I wish I could. She goes, no, I only donated $5 to them. So what the Democrats have been doing is using her name and money laundering for these people that donate.
Right.
And one gentleman, he found out about it, and he was quite upset. And Brad O'Keefe gave him the information so he can take action on it. But there's a lot going on out there, and there's a lot of cleanup need to be done. But on the news today, I'm going to vote for Trump. I don't care no matter what. But he just trying to defend the undefensible. He should keep his trap shut about defunding the government. I'm trying to remember what the name of the place is. The FBI and because what I'm trying to get at is the guys in the House. McCarthy has already talked about we're going to defund, the Department of Justice. That's what it is. And he's already talking about it because of what the activity they're not doing. Ted Cruz, all of them, challenging them on the fact that they only go after Republicans. So Donald Trump getting on there and saying that when he's facing the issue is it's not very helpful. So it just gives the enemy. So now the guys, now the left can say that what they're doing, which is legal, which is proper, to cut the funding until there's proper justice from the Justice Department. Now they can use it. Well, you're just doing it because Donald Trump's told you to. So just hope the guys hold to their guns and, hey, let's see if the FBI likes driving their own cars to work for a change. It just, that's what I had to talk about. Not much, but I thought that was interesting. There's people out there finding out things and finding out the corruption's going on. And by the way, on that deal, we'd like to know if the Republicans are doing that too. Because what it comes down to is these American citizens are being tagged in a way that they could be sued or drug into court because Dinesh D'Souza donated a little bit too much money back in the day, and he ended up spending time in jail.
Sure did.
So this is a serious crime. It's going on. So, hey, turn the lights on and watch the roaches run, I guess. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail. It's 570 down.
All right, rolling down the highway. All right, Charlie Kirk recently had Alan Dershowitz on his show. Talking about this whole Trump scenario. Ask him if there is there a chance he could join maybe Trump's legal team with the charges against him. Kirk kicked off the segment by suggesting that Dershowitz could actually get Trump's case dismissed very quickly. But that apparently was not Dershowitz's opinion. He started off by saying that he has a policy of only representing somebody once. And so I'm not a lawyer, but I would certainly be happy to participate in the court of public opinion. He went on to suggest Trump's case will, in all likelihood, not be dismissed. I don't think that if you had the best lawyers in the history of the world, Abraham Lincoln, John Marshall, a New York City judge is not going to dismiss this case because that New York City judge's life would be over. He said that the judge would be mocked if he or she were to dismiss Trump. Now, he went on to say that he does think Trump will be convicted by your jury who voted for Bragg. In other words, you're not going to find an impartial jury there in Manhattan. He went on to say the case, he believes it will be reversed on appeal, and it's never going to be affirmed all the way up to the Supreme Court. Now, that's Dershowitz on one program. He appeared on Newsmax as well, kind of explaining what Braggs has tried to do here. What his experience slicing things thin comes from his younger days as a deli clerk, while Manhattan's district attorney comes from indicting former President Donald Trump. The difference is when I was slicing my Hebrew national salami into 34 slices, there really was a salami. Now, hear what Bragg did. He sliced an invisible crime into 34 crimes. There's no crime here. Here's the basic theory, he says. In order to avoid prosecution, Trump, if he paid $130,000 as hush money to make sure his wife or his family, his voters, his business associates, never ever learned that he was accused of having an adulterous affair, he then immediately had to disclose it publicly on his corporate form and give details as to the reason why he did it. This $130,000 is designed to prevent. I allegedly had an adulterous affair. Has anyone ever disclosed hush money? I mean, from the time of Alexander Hamilton, who paid hush money to prevent an adulterous affair from coming out. Answering his own question, he said, nobody's ever going to disclose the nature of such a payment on a corporate form. I mean, it's the most absurd thing. And if you read this indictment, I've read it now 3 times, there's no escaping it. That's the thesis of the prosecution, that he was obliged to tell the accurate truth, the whole truth about why he paid the money. Otherwise, he commits a state misdemeanor, a federal misdemeanor, a federal felony, and a state felony. Now, the first U.S. president sitting or former to face criminal charges. So is this actually kind of backfiring on Alvin Bragg? Since the indictment last week, latest Rasmussen poll shows former President Trump has taken a strong lead over Biden in the race for president. On February 15th, the Rasmussen poll had Biden leading Trump 45% to 42%. Survey conducted April 2nd and April 3rd, immediately after the announcement that the former president's indictment, but before the arraignment took place on Tuesday, Trump took a big lead, 47% against Biden's 40%. This is a 10-point net gain for Trump. According to Dick Morris, former President Trump's arraignment has completely turned around the 2024 race for president. Other polling released this weekend by Trump pollster John McLaughlin showed the indictment has given Trump a boost of with 51% of Republican voters supporting him over Ron DeSantis at 21%. That's a 30-point lead for Trump over DeSantis in the Republican side. Now, the Rasmussen poll is the first indication of a major Trump gain in a potential general election matchup against Joe Biden. A lot of things will change between now and then, but back to the calls into it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, pick it back up here where we leave off. Let's get back to the calls here. Who we got on the line? Not seeing a name there.
Hillbilly.
Say it again.
That's Hillbilly.
Oh, Hillbilly. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Not much, Steve. Looked like you had a good show last week. I watched a little bit on the Facebook Live when you're doing it in the afternoon, but I fell asleep. But I'm glad to hear all your interviews, and I was real glad to hear the interview you had with Sylvester. It's kind of nice to see the face with the name now.
Yeah, it's just kind of, he timed that well. Lucky he stopped by when he did, because they were only there for Thursday, and he said maybe for a few hours Friday morning, and yeah, we had a pretty busy schedule, so I'm glad I was able to squeeze him in right out of the box there.
Did he make it back to the land down under yet, or?
They're over. They landed in Germany yesterday morning. I saw, and he wasn't real. He said this airport is not up to the 21st century, but I think they're in London, according to Grump. I think they're kind of touring a little bit over there before heading back to Australia in Europe.
I got you. And that's a class act what Grump did for your grandson. My girlfriend plays the guitar, and I showed her the guitar, and she's jealous, like, that's a nice guitar. I showed her the picture you posted on Facebook.
Yeah, it's a Jasmine. I'm not familiar with guitars at all, but it's a Jasmine, if that means anything.
It's not like a Center, I can't think of the other big name brand, but it's way up there. A lot of musicians uses them. They got a good tone to them and good to play. But she was jealous, like, oh, that's nice. But OPEC. When is our government's going to realize that OPEC is not our friends?
Correct.
I mean, they're just out for themselves. They're not out to help us. It seems like Trump's the only one who realizes it, that we need to drill our own oil, and that way we can have our own. If they want to raise it, go ahead. We're going to keep our prices low.
I mean, hell, we got Saudi Arabia actually talking about, chumming up with, who was it? Was it China or it's Iran? I mean, we're going the wrong direction.
Exactly. I mean, I just don't understand it. They seem like Democrats and Republicans just bow down to them. Like, we'll just go from them. We got plenty here, but we'll go get their oil. I do not understand it. I mean, like Biden did on his first day off, it did eliminate it all, what Trump did for us, get the prices down. But this horse and pony show, you think he's going to get convicted and appeal to eliminate it, or what do you think?
I mean, based on all the so-called experts and analysts, you listen to what they're saying, you would think that there's no way they could get a conviction, but I guess Dershowitz and Pappy was on that same. He said, "Steve, you're not going to get an unbiased jury. It's New York. They're gonna say guilty. Yeah, well, they could probably put earplugs in, not listen to any of the testimony, and they're going to say guilty anyway because they hate Trump."
And they're going to go in with the conviction before they even hear the trial.
Right.
My opinion.
Yep. Predetermined outcome.
Right. But, I mean, since day one that he won the presidency, I've never seen anyone be hated by so many.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's just, I mean, it's just what it is on that one. I mean, I think he's great for America and American people, but he's the only president I've seen in my lifetime that was for the American people and not for his own agenda. In my book.
Yeah.
But, all right, Steve, I'll back on out of here. I know the temperature dropped 10 degrees since I left out last night. Heading back down to Louisville. But everybody stay safe and have a good day.
We are about, knocking on 20 degrees cooler than we were 24 hours ago. Yeah, I think we were at 73, 74 this time yesterday morning, down to 55. Yeah, going down. All right, got about a minute before news break. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Yesterday, Wednesday, the Highway Patrol, Florida, responding to a crash involving commercial vehicles that resulted in a big spud spill. In other words, taters all over the highway. A little after 12:30 yesterday, St. Johns County Highway Patrol said 2 tractor trailers and 2 cars collided on I-95 northbound at the 307-mile marker. No serious injuries reported. One of those trucks overturned, spilling thousands of pounds of potatoes. Yeah, right there near the shoulder of I-95. It was shut down for several hours there for cleanup operations. And the Washington, D.C. Metro Police investigating the shooting death of a man who was reportedly sleeping in a moving semi last week, about 9:30 last Thursday morning. Guess this is a road rage incident. A couple of vehicles opening fire on one another, and some of those bullets going through into the sleeper berth of the sleeping truck driver, who was transported to the hospital but later succumbed to his injuries. The investigation, $25,000 award for information leading to the arrest of the shooters there. But wow, just talk about wrong place, wrong time.
USA News update. Several people are dead after a tornado hit the town of Glen Allen, Missouri. That's about 100 miles south of St. Louis. Glen Allen resident Shelby Davidson said it was terrifying.
A lot of cracking, loud wind. And it was in a matter of seconds, and then it just hit, and it was just awful.
Authorities going door to door in a search and rescue mission, but 5 deaths have been confirmed. Former Vice President Mike Pence says he will not appeal a federal judge's order that he testify in the ongoing investigation of former President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. It's not clear exactly when Pence will appear before the Washington, D.C. grand jury. Get ready to see higher prices at the pump. Gas Buddy says OPEC's decision to cut oil production will cause gas prices to rise. Estimates range anywhere from a 10 to 20 cent per gallon increase. The average price of gas in the U.S. right now is $3.52. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Wheelchair Dave, checking in. He sent me an email link. He says, I hope it wasn't Double R that dropped this vintage Corvette. Now, I can tell you from the first photograph, that's not a reliable carrier's hauler. It's another name. But same sort of setup. Yeah, double-decker cars up in the back of this rig. Remember the video of when the Audi that got rammed by a motorcycle while being delivered to its new owner? Now we've got a delivery that's even more botched. Video shared via social media, a vintage Corvette seen plummeting from the top level of the car transporter as it's being delivered to its owner. Can you imagine the owner being out there watching this unfold? The footage, first posted by Beach Pirate, shows the Corvette being slowly pushed from the top level of the car transporter onto the lift. But the car gains too much momentum. The delivery worker loses control. The car's back wheels roll over the edge. The whole thing goes crashing to the ground. As it drops, you can hear the delivery guy swearing and shouting in the background. You then see the delivery driver pacing back and forth with his hands over his face, his head kind of in his hands. The Corvette's trunk pops open. Hubcap falls off on impact. That's the only damage clearly visible. Unfortunately for the owner, more damage to the car that you just can't see. Probably damage to the suspension, the frame. Yeah, there's some viewers that chimed in about the video. The car probably got totaled in the fall. Yeah, there's no way it doesn't have massive frame damage after that, said one. Another said he could tell there was frame damage, judging by the gap in the top corners of the doors. Yeah, others kind of shocked that the lift didn't have some sort of a fail-safe, something to prevent it. So some sort of a lip at the end of the ramp or something. Yeah, but and there's footage on the ground, looking at some of the photos. Yeah, the trunk's popped up. The whole car's kind of split in the back where it impacted there. Oh, man, somebody's insurance got a ding, and there may be probably, I assume, a delivery driver that may be looking for another job. I don't know. That's not supposed to happen, right? Well, good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Did you make that wall of shame? Oh, excuse me, I meant wall of fame down there at Louisville this year?
No, sir. Did not make the Wall of Fame. I don't even know if I got. I don't know if I even got nominated this year. I don't think I did.
Oh, you just keep right on, buddy. You're doing good. I'll put your name in there for it.
Thank you.
You're innocent until proven guilty, but not at Walmart or at Costco. You got to show that receipt before you can get out the door there, right? All right. Well, these are not my thoughts, but they are pretty hilarious there. After turning himself in to be arraigned on multiple charges there, President Donald Trump immediately began writing his first epistle to his loyal disciples in Florida. The letter, already being dubbed First Floridians, is highly anticipated by its future recipients. All right, well, I'm going to give you a confidence boost, Steve. You can know, but no matter how badly you mess up, you're still more confident than the President of the United States. You're doing a good job, Steve.
Wow.
Yep. And, it's pretty funny to watch him fall every time he uses his stairs. Slapstick comedy at its best. And when people chant your name, providing a warm feeling of encouragement and affirmation, that only applies to people named Brandon, right?
Yeah, let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, well, why would we finish that border wall down there? But you have marred the lovely view across the Rio Grande. We must preserve our landmarks, right? And then you're not going to get no large crowds when Biden comes to town. Who wants all that pesky traffic anyway? And you can rest assured Joe Biden will never be indicted for his crimes. That's a peace of mind for Joe, right? No more distressing media coverage of immigrant kids in cages. They're still in there, but at least we don't have to think about it all the time. And thank God for small miracles, he's not Hillary. And did you read where Nancy Pelosi was struggling to recover after accidentally referring to Hillary Clinton as president?
I didn't catch that, no. President Clinton, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Nancy called her, President Clinton there. So that was a weird deal there anyway. If a cop pulls you over and tells you, I smell alcohol, you can tell him it's the exhaust fumes from the cars. Ethanol ain't nothing more than wood grain alcohol. And he can give a ticket to his car for while driving intoxicated, Steve. Mm-hmm. And that's all of my baloney for this go-around. I'll call you in that loneliest hour, if that's okay.
All right. We'll look forward to it. As a matter of fact, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It gave 41 pullers a thrill and thousands of trucking enthusiasts a spectacle. And for 4 top competitors, their wish for the weekend came true. But most importantly, the efforts of Mack Trailer granted wishes to dozens of children facing a long, tough road of their very own. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's 2023 series of indoor invitationals concluded in spectacular fashion with the Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals in Louisville, Kentucky on Saturday, April 1st. A massive Freedom Hall crowd gathered after the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show to watch 4 divisions battle for a chance at each top prize, $10,000 to the winner. But even more than that quartet of grand prizes combined was Mack Trailer Incorporated and founder and president Mike Connie's own contribution to the evening's designated charity, Make-A-Wish. Just before the climactic last class, the 20,000-pound super semis, Connie took to the track.
Yeah, under Mack Trailer, we'd like to present a $50,000 check to Make-A-Wish tonight and thank all these fans and these truckers that came out here and made this possible.
In custom hoist-sponsored modified Mini, Jeff Hurt of Port Clinton, Ohio, took the 11th hook of 14 to an 18-inch victory over Dylan Bunnage's Phoenix.
There it is, fans. We got a new leader. To be a year into this tractor, I mean, we bought a real good tractor and had a lot of great help.
In Keith Manufacturing-sponsored Pro Stock, Grandview, Indiana's Kevin Masterson does what Mastersons do, win at Freedom Hall. His father Don is the winningest competitor in National Farm Machinery Show history, and 5-time Farm Show winner Kevin buried the front axle of his Riverette John Deere 6030 in the sand pile for the class's only full pull.
Where's our Riverette fans? She sure felt good, but she won't ride again. I'd like to thank my crew. These things are a lot of work.
In Hydro-sponsored Superstock Open, Terry Blackburn of Shoalsburg, Wisconsin, repeated as Winter Nationals champion with the extremely harmed and dangerous Case IH 335.
I'd like to thank Mike Cheesick and his family for giving us the opportunity to do this. Just want to thank everybody that's involved, and I know it's a lot of work to put this on. We enjoy coming down here.
And in Love's Travel Center Super Semi, Jeromesville, Ohio's Spencer Rook pushed the leader flag forward a fraction of an inch with his Hillbilly Deluxe Peterbilt to best Chris Woods class act.
Ho-ho! Look at this, fans. We got ourselves a new leader.
Now, you just took the lead right here by 7/16 of an inch. You're in the hunt right now for $10,000. How's it feel? Feels really good.
From the glitz of these non-points invitationals, we now turn to the grind of the regular season, which begins this weekend. Florida's Clay County Fair in Green Cove Springs will host 3 NTPA divisions, Super Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis on Saturday and Sunday, April 8th and 9th. Each will advance 1 qualifier to the 36th annual Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 16th in Urbana, Ohio. Visit ntpapull.com for more information about Green Cove Springs and the entire 70-plus event 2023 calendar. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Don't know if they've actually figured out exactly what unfolded or not at this point, but in South Carolina, an indoor shooting range has been closed indefinitely after a sudden explosion. Injured a customer, sent dust, debris, and shrapnel flying. Incident report indicated the explosion went off in front of 3 firing lanes at Kilo Charlie Shooting Range, Lexington, South Carolina. This was back on Sunday with at least 13 people nearby. According to the local news outlet WIS, one man drove himself to the hospital after being hit in the face with debris. An anonymous customer tells WIS they were firing, and I noticed on the floor it looked like sparklers were going off, and at that point I stepped back and the whole floor exploded. No explanation yet from the blast, as the incident remains under investigation by the Lexington County Sheriff's Department. Gun range is closed. No information yet on when it's going to reopen, but The Post says, it's with great sadness we announce we need to shut down until further notice due to what they refer to as an unexpected event. More details to follow soon. Now, the anonymous customer quoted by WIS said that his gun bag and firearms were still covered in concrete 2 days after the explosion. He showed them a picture of his ear protection, scuffed by shrapnel. Sheriff's Department spokesperson said the explosion was likely accidental, not a crime, but the customer calls for accountability. I don't know whose fault it is, but I want somebody to own up to it, take responsibility. You could have cost lives. You could have killed families. Yes, it's an accident. We all call accidents for a reason, but he said this was preventable, 100% preventable. I have no idea what that could have been. I don't know. I'm thinking, what's that stuff that the shooters, you buy in the cans or whatever, and you take it out and you shoot it out in the field or whatever, and they explode. I can't remember what that's called, but I wonder if somebody had some of that in a bag or something, and that's what exploded. I'm not exactly sure, just guessing totally. But what do you say? Oh, how about your opportunity to win $1,000? What do you say? It's the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Cash Giveaway brought to you by Hot Shot Secret as we team up with TNCRadio.live. Actually, it's $1,000 twice each weekday. You just got this started this week. 5 weeks total, $50,000 to be given away. Your chance to win $1,000 happens 4 times every workday. TNCRadio.live. Of course, we give you those first 2 keywords here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. You get additional keywords 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time for additional keywords via TNCRadio.live. Our first keyword this Thursday, April the 6th, is shine. S-H-I-N-E, shine. Shine on, you crazy diamond, as Pink Floyd once sung. Go to TNCRadio.live. Click on contest, enter that keyword. That's your first entry for $1,000 cash today. Good luck from TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. All right, is the time coming sooner than we might think? We're going to be taking away some trucking jobs. Autonomous vehicle company Aurora Innovation says they have entered the final phase of a commercial launch of driverless truck operations in the state of Texas. April 3rd, Aurora announced the company has introduced the final driving capabilities needed to commercially haul freight without vehicle operators between Dallas and Houston, Texas, by the end of 2024. Until then, a safety driver will remain in the cab to take over in the event of an emergency. They've got videos promoting the Dallas to Houston lane. Company says that they have made multiple updates to the Aurora Driver beta system over the last year and a half, incrementally increasing the Aurora Driver's autonomous performance, safety, and reliability in pilot hauls for companies like FedEx, Werner, Schneider, Uber Freight. And the system is now what they're calling feature complete. The highlights, 2 features unlocked by the Aurora Driver Beta 6.0 update, which included identifying and responding to collisions with other vehicles for property. For example, when the Aurora Driver detects that it's been in a collision, like a sideswipe, it will come to a safe stop and notify a command center specialist. Also updating, detecting, and responding to out-of-design domain scenarios in situations such as extreme or unexpected weather events. The Aurora Driver will notify a command center specialist who can instruct it and the rest of the fleet on how to proceed. Now, Aurora said as the operations mature, they expect to increase to 100 loads per week by the end of this year as part of a pilot program prior to the commercial launch in 2024. Is it really ready? That's the bigger question, I guess. Okay, one final industry headline. I see several people have shared the video this past day. It's a black and white video, the driver rolling down the highway, and the moment the truck driver realizes he's not alone in the cab of his semi. Obviously captured by, in this case, I guess, I don't know, maybe lucky they had the inward-facing camera. You know, a lot of drivers have the outward-facing. Many don't like the inward, but the inward-facing camera catches this guy. Shared by an employee of Arlington, Texas-based trucking company Concordant Transportation. Rachel Mourns shared the video explaining that one of our drivers had some uninvited guests last night. Lock your doors when you get fuel near the border. In other words, the guy had stopped, got out, fueled his truck. I just left it, maybe went in to pay or whatever, however he worked it. But he got back on the road without, I guess, checking out the truck. And there's three individuals, illegals who had hopped in and were hiding out in the sleeper berth and actually emerged from the sleeper 3 hours down the road. He'd been back in the cab of this truck driving for nearly 3 hours. And it's pretty much almost like he may have very well left a few skid marks in his underwear, if you know what I mean. I mean, could you imagine that? Scary stuff. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. We'll get news break just a couple minutes away. It's like Pop going to be checking in here. Horse Feathers had a few questions and room for you at 844-844-3388. We've shared several stories as of late. Yeah, some trying to say, is it going to be the demise? Is it the end of AM radio? I mean, what we're talking about is the automobile manufacturers, more and more of them saying that they're no longer going to have AM radios in their newly sold vehicles. Ford, I guess, becomes the latest to stop putting AM radio in new gas-powered and electric vehicles beginning in 2024, including the all-electric Mustang Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning pickup, confirmed by the Detroit Free Press. We'll delve a bit more into that, but yeah, here's the kicker. I mean, those stations will still have access to internet websites, like they all have. I mean, if you're listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on your app, many of you have that app on the smartphone. You've got it plugged in to your radio that may or may not have AM reception, but you could flip over to pick your AM station and have the app playing. So, realistically, it's not going to go away. It just may not be as simplified as pushing that button right there on the radio display, if you know what I mean. So, like I said, we'll delve a bit more into that coming up next hour. But first, we get our news break and much more to come. Lines available at 844-3388. Good to have you on board. Hope your week's going well. A Thursday coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Several people have been confirmed dead after a tornado hit the town of Glen Allen, Missouri. That's about 100 miles south of St. Louis. Glen Allen resident Stan Woodfin says his town was wiped out this morning.
All those trees my dad had planted are all laying down in the creek, and the upper part of town is in just as bad a shape or worse than this is here.
A search and rescue mission is going on as authorities go door to door in search of anyone that may still be alive, but 5 deaths have been confirmed. Former Vice President Mike Pence says he will not appeal a federal judge's order that he testify in the ongoing investigation of former President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. It's unclear exactly when Pence will appear before the grand jury in Washington, D.C. Taiwan's president is in the U.S. today for talks with Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Our cooperation with the people of Taiwan continue to expand through dialogue and exchange.
Those talks were held at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in California. It's the highest level meeting of a Taiwanese president on U.S. soil since 1979. However, China warned the sit-down would be a provocation and Beijing would respond. A new Pew Research Center report says the effects of the Federal Reserve continuing to raise interest rates will hit black employees the hardest. The report says black and Hispanic Americans feel the effects of unemployment rates most when the economy takes a downturn. There's a move going on in many school districts across the country to shorten the school week to 4 days. But Jeannie Stone of the education nonprofit Commit Partnership says it's not good for the students.
It's 36 fewer days with their peers, 36 fewer days to be counseled by advisors, 36 fewer days to learn.
She also says a 4-day school week is hard on parents who work 5 days a week. Districts say the 4-day week is a way to try and attract new teachers. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
FedEx is consolidating. The Memphis-based company says the Express, Ground, Services, and other companies will operate under Federal Express Corporation. The shipping giant says the plan, which is expected to increase efficiency, will be implemented in phases. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced the addition of Finland to NATO today, making it the 31st member of the Western Security Alliance.
Like Finland, it's militarily capable. It's a strong democracy, fully dedicated to upholding the commitments and values that underpin our alliance, including Article 5.
He made those comments while speaking in Brussels. California Governor Gavin Newsom is traveling across the country visiting red states on what he's calling a campaign for democracy. He spent today in Montgomery, Alabama, saying that state is experiencing a massive rollback of freedoms.
Not just about one moment, it's about many moments creating movements. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to be required of us to address so much of the rights regression, so much of the rollback and the progress that we've all enjoyed, the national advancement of rights in the last 50 years.
He's using his tour to prop up Democrats and progressive causes in Republican-led states. An auction house in Pennsylvania sold a bat used by Babe Ruth for a record $1.85 million, setting a new record among baseball bat sales. The sale's also unique that it's the only known example to offer photo evidence. The bat's value shot up after an analyst matched markings on the barrel to a photograph of Ruth swinging it. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Thank you much. There we go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday. When Monkey Counter called last evening, I forgot to ask him. That the controversy's still brewing. Monkey Counter's a Bud Light guy. I don't know. Is he still a Bud Light guy, or is he going to give them the boot? It's almost like deja vu. Anheuser-Busch does it again. Yeah, how many companies have to go broke before this whole woke mentality, before they wake up and realize the whole you go woke, you go broke thing it's not just a slogan. It's not just, it's not a joke. It's a real thing. We'll see if that actually unfolds, or will it just be one of those things where, short-term memories, the American people, they forget in pretty short order. It's Anheuser-Busch. I guess this was this a part of the March Madness thing, their advertisement? They partnered with the transgender activist, Dylan Mulvaney. Appearing to be used as a Bud Light spokesperson after the beer makers celebrated 365 days of girlhood, saying this pact helps authentically connect with audiences. The trans activist revealed over the weekend that the beer company sent packs of Bud Light featuring their face on the can as a way to celebrate a full year of girlhood that Mulvaney recently reached. Mulvaney said the cans were her most prized possession, with a post featuring Bud Light partner, a video then featuring Mulvaney in a bathtub drinking a Bud Light as part of the campaign. Well, yes, what did you expect? Everybody would just gladly say, oh, this is beautiful. No, backlash immediately. Twitter users describing the ad campaign as another attempt to push gender propaganda. But the beer juggernaut believes the controversy is much ado about nothing. Anheuser-Busch, this is a quote, works with hundreds of influencers across our brands as one of many ways to authentically connect with audiences across various demographics and passion points. From time to time, we produce unique commemorative cans for fans and for brand influencers like Dylan Mulvaney. This commemorative can was a gift to celebrate a personal milestone. It is not for sale to the general public, says Anheuser-Busch. That after many people mocked Bud Light over the partnership, conservative commentator John Cardillo says, who in the hell at Bud Light thought it was a good idea to make a grown man who dresses like little girls their new spokesperson? Brands have to stop listening to their woke creative teams and get in touch with their consumer demographics. This might genuinely be the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Townhall.com columnist Derek Hunter said, Bud Light, the groomer's beer. Robbie Starbuck tweets, message to conservative families from Bud Light seems to be, we will encourage and even celebrate the erasure of men and women along with all the values you care about. They have gone totally woke. Will you ever spend your money with them now? This is not a parody. Dylan Mulvaney is now the face of Bud Light, says journalist Ian Miles. Conservative radio host Eric Erickson says, quote, is the Bud Light thing an April Fool's joke? I mean, it is trash beer, but given the constituent demo of Bud Light drinkers, this seems like a terrible marketing thing. Mulvaney, who recently announced a partnership with the fashion design company Kate Spade, gained notoriety after interviewing President Biden on transgender issues back in October. During that interview, Biden revealed he does not believe states should ban gender-affirming health care. Drew Barrymore recently interviewed Mulvaney, and she was mocked for kneeling in front of him. Okay, we shall see at some point in time. We'll just wait and see how the numbers come in. You go woke, you bro woke. Monkey Gouger, you still a Bud Light beer drinker? And yes, Cass, that's the word I was trying to think of, tannerite. It's the tannerite that if you shoot it, it blows up. So I don't know if it doesn't just, it's not explosive with much like a spark, is it? Yeah, I know they typically get out there with like the high-powered rifles and get a can of tannerite and boom, big bada boom. But all right, back to the calls we go. Hello, Pup. Thanks for hanging in there. What's been happening?
Oh, hey, first of all, Steve, there's a 4 or 5 car accident involving 2 big trucks southbound 69 223 mile marker in Indiana. But that's what I was going to tell you. That's tannerite. And I heard today that Kid Rock, I believe that was him,
yes,
took all of his Bud Light out of his building and blew it up or shot it up.
He had, it looked like 3, 4, 5, 30 packs, big cases, and they put them all out there on the table. And the video message was something about being perfectly clear that it looked like it was a fully automatic machine gun that he just laid into him, turned around, flipped the bird, and said, F Bud Light and F Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah. But, that tannerite, if you had more than one can up against concrete, it will blow concrete up. We've already shot like 5 or 6 of them at one time and shot like a washing machine up in the air about 35 feet.
Wow.
So it's fun to play with. Got to watch what you're doing. But, I heard an interview today with Laura Trump, Eric Trump's wife,
Yeah.
on Joe Pags' show. And she was talking about all of this stuff that's going on, and she didn't even know if President Trump, if he got back in there, could fix this. But the reason, and did you remember one of our sanctions against Russia was against their oil? But with them being involved with OPEC Plus, then there's not much we can do about that other than start drilling our own like we should be doing.
Yeah.
But Laura brought up something I never even thought of. With Russia, China, and all of the Arabias and all of them getting together, what they're wanting to do is devalue the United States dollar and go to either whatever China uses or the ruble and get us off the world market as far as the dollar goes.
And we talked about a month ago what a devastating impact that would have on us if that were to actually happen.
Oh, yeah. But, no, it sounded like you had a pretty good show down there. And, the other thing I was going to tell you is spent about 40 minutes yesterday down in the basement. Things got pretty exciting up around home there. We was under 2 different tornado warnings. Stuff got pretty nasty up home there yesterday afternoon, about, 1:30, something like that. The old Midland Weather Radio was going no crazy.
Wow. Man, so with all this rain we've had, tons and tons of rain. Yeah, when did the farmers start getting out there and trying to start getting things plowed up for the spring planting? Is this going to put them behind, or is it not a problem yet?
No, it's not a problem yet. No, did you see next week's forecast? Those 70-degree weather.
Yes.
And we get a breeze and stuff like that. The thing of it is you don't want to plant too early. Well, these newer seeds are more water resistant and rot resistant and stuff. But they'll with those 70-degree weather coming in next week, it should put us on track. But it always is wet in April, and if the guys can get in by or before the end of April, hell, they're happy.
Okay.
But the next week's forecast is looking pretty decent. So it'd be nice to have a week without 60, 70 mile an hour winds. I'll tell you what, Friday night, I think Horse Feathers touched on that. We was all on the phone together. I ended up having to pull over there around the Muncie area. I thought just sitting still I was going to get blowed over. It got rough there Friday night. Other than that, I was just calling, letting you know about that wreck, and I was going to tell you about that tannerite too. So. All right, big buddy. We'll talk at you later.
All right. Thanks for checking in. I guess my only question about the tannerite is could a spark, spark or something like that be enough to actually, if you had it, I guess, exposed enough to make it go off kind of thing? All right, quick time out. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, that might be one of those where some of our law enforcement guys could chime in about. I first saw the headline at that, oh boy, this guy may wish he didn't kind of take the law into his own hands. So what started as a vehicle theft ended up in a deadly shooting last week after an Apple AirTag was used to track down the stolen truck. Last week in San Antonio, Texas, a department spokesperson said the truck was reported stolen about 1 o'clock in the afternoon Wednesday. 3 members of the family to which the truck belonged used an AirTag to track the truck to a San Antonio strip mall. Said the individual had stolen the truck, not expecting it to be found. Little did he know that it was tagged with an Apple AirTag. They tried to confront the suspect, who they saw in their vehicle. I said, I don't know if an argument happened, but we know during this time the truck owner believes that a firearm may have been pulled by the suspect that had stolen the truck. Said the victim of the theft told police that action prompted a firefight. Police believe only the owner of the truck actually fired a weapon. KHOU reported multiple bullet casings had been marked as evidence. Ultimately, the owner of the truck shot and killed the suspect. The victim of the theft was taken in for questioning, but at this point, police do not expect to charge him with a crime, which that's kind of the surprising part to me. Unless maybe if indeed they did after he shot if the suspect had, I guess, gun in his hand or what would have been like in his lap, like he had pulled that gun out and the owner of the truck felt that his life was being threatened. Is that justification? The sheriff said, this is not something you want to copy. If you're to get your vehicle stolen, I know it's frustrating. Do not take matters into your own hands like this. It's never safe, as you can see by this incident. All right, the shooting victim identified as Andrew John Herrera, but the truck thief won't be stealing any more trucks, I suppose, right? Horse feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So that tannerite, did you get to Google it yet? Did you get to see if it detonates with the percussion of like a projectile hitting it, or can you use if a sparkler is burning, is the heat from the sparkler or the metal rod, is that enough to activate it?
I haven't had.
Or do we have to get the?
I haven't had a chance to search it yet. No, so I don't know.
All right, maybe we need to get EOD in on this there. See what's going on. But anyway, so you mentioned something about Washington D.C. there about a shooting that happened on I believe was it the Beltway that it happened at, or was it on one of the other roads in the D.C. area? And I was just kind of wondering time of day and what day, and I don't know if any of us out here riding around might have picked something up with a dash cam. Maybe we could get back and see if we have any footage of what happened.
if it was an actual road rage incident that was going on at the time.
I'm trying to dig out the rest. I didn't have enough time to get all the details in, did I? I just gave you half the story.
Yeah.
Let's see. About 9:30 p.m. last Thursday, in the 600 block of Kenilworth Avenue. Don't know where that is.
Kenilworth Avenue is Route 201. And it's on the northeast corner, so it's inside the Beltway. And that's a major four lane. A lot of what down through there is 4 lane, sometimes 6 lane, divided by a guide rail down the middle a lot of times. But it's a pretty major thoroughfare in from the northeast side, going back into towards downtown. There it ends up coming across ends up somewhere right around New York Avenue, US 50.
Mm-hmm.
Comes from the Capitol Beltway.
So the guy in the guy in the sleeper berth, 29-year-old Sergio Arias, asleep in the berth when 2 people began shooting at one another from cars. The report indicates Arias was asleep when he was struck by gunfire. The driver of the truck pulled over in Prince George's County. They're offering, again, a $25,000 reward to anybody that might have information. Can you imagine that, though?
So
you never know.
As I say, that's the northeast corner, and it's inside the loop from the Beltway, but not all the way down into the DC area down there. So, but anyways, I guess the other thing. So, anyways, 9:30. I wouldn't have been down here anyway, so I guess it won't be on my camera. But do you remember we had this thing after 9/11? Was it? No, it was before 9/11. We had this thing called Desert Storm there with George H.W. Bush as president. We went in and saved Kuwait from Saddam Hussein, and
sure do.
And then after 9/11, of course, we were looking for weapons of mass destruction when we went back and did. I guess it was Desert
Shield.
Storm 2.
Desert Shield, I think it was. Yeah.
Desert. Yeah. So we pretty much liberated and freed up from somebody else, Kuwait and Iraq. How come we don't have the spoils of war owning that oil? How come that oil isn't all ours? I don't know. Just a question. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. So they're going to cut production, and those countries that we helped are going to cut production for us, so that to pay us back, right? Oh, wait a minute. That doesn't work that way. Anyways.
Mighty nice of them, huh? Yep. Yeah, hold that thought.
USA News Update. Police say a woman is in custody after entering Trump Tower in Chicago with a rifle. It was reported earlier that the situation appeared to be a domestic-related incident. There's been no reports of injuries. Parts of Missouri are reeling after a tornado tore through the state Wednesday and left at least 5 people dead. Governor Mike Parson noted the recovery process could take a while.
I think when you look at the devastation of this, it's going to be weeks upon months to be able to recover. It's a long journey ahead for the people that live here.
Parson added that he spoke to President Biden, who he said offered any needed services. The tornado struck rural areas about 100 miles south of St. Louis. Gas prices could spike in the next few days. Gas Buddy says OPEC's decision to cut production will cause gas prices to rise by 10 to 20 cents. The average price of a gallon of gas in the U.S. is $3.52. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here, where we leave off. Okay, back to horse feathers.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for holding me over. So thanks to Kuwait and Iraq for helping us out there and keep supplying us the oil we need. Oh, wait a minute, they're not doing that. Yeah. So previous times we've had releases of oil from the Strategic Oil Reserve there. Now it's gone to companies like Chevron and BP and I forget all the other couple big oil names that do the refining and everything. Now, when the oil was released to them, wasn't it released to them in the fact that they were supposed to replenish what they gotten from the reserve?
That's always my understanding. You sell it to them, and then at some point in time, they're going to like pay it back, kind of thing.
Yeah. They have to replenish what they took out. They have to keep making their now that they're able to get their production back up in order and all that, and of course now having this million barrels or plus a day cut, they won't be able to have the extra to have the refining, probably the product to refine to have the extra and still have extra, the bulk oil, the unrefined oil to put back there. But But why all of a sudden is there this $70 a barrel deal on it? Well, why should the U.S. government care what price that BP or Chevron or whatever name oil company has to pay per barrel to put it back in? Why did they tell them that you don't have to give it back to us, or is it the U.S. taxpayer that's actually having to buy it?
I think
that's why.
So I'm trying to understand how the whole thing works. When they purchased the oil, I guess, okay, so they bought it, money went to the treasury or whatever. So now we have to buy it back at some point. And so if we sold it at $95 per barrel, they're saying if we buy back at $70 per barrel, we're saving the American taxpayers. We're getting more bang for our buck. That kind of thing.
Okay, so the companies that receive the oil have already paid for it, and they aren't responsible for replenishing it back into the reserve then. So it's all on the American taxpayer to purchase it at this point, but it sounds then. So, but anyways, so I guess that's about what I had going for you. And as I say, I was just kind of curious there of how that worked, and then you explained the DC thing pretty good, I think. And I don't know. I guess the last thing there is just finding out how that tannerite there, how it's activated. So I guess maybe there's smarter people than us that know about that. But anyways, all right. Appreciate all the information, and we'll sit back here and do our thing, see what we can get done, accomplished here before the monsoons and whatever else you're sending us comes through.
Yeah, there you go.
So I guess we need hurt.
A soggy Thursday coming your way. All right, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it here. So let me see here. Let's see. Back a year ago, to counteract a decline in the global supply of oil that was racking up prices at the pump, Biden authorized the release of like 1 million barrels per day for a full 6 months. Now, it says for each sale, the Energy Department announces the type and the amount of oil from the 4 SPR sites that will be auctioned in a competitive bidding process. By law, the contracts are awarded to the companies that make the highest bids, and any company that's registered in the SPR's crude oil sales offer program is eligible to make an offer. In the end, the government can use money from the sales to restock the petroleum reserve, which the Biden administration said it would start during last fall, when they expected crude prices to be lower. As of, this is going back July the 8th, the SPR held around 485 million barrels of crude, the lowest amount since the mid-1980s, down another 15% since the end of March. So this is kind of a dated story from last year. The administration's use of the SPR, they're saying, now this is from factcheck.org, being used for what it was created to do, to address the significant global supply disruptions, so says the Energy Department. But after the Reuters story was published, some media outlets, pundits, criticized the administration for allowing a portion of the country's emergency oil supply to go abroad elsewhere around the world. Washington Free Beacon focused on nearly 1 million barrels that was sold to Unipec America, which is an arm of the Chinese oil and gas company Sinopec, or which has or had some connection to the president's son, Hunter. Okay, boy. The Department of Energy said the U.S. subsidiaries of foreign energy companies have long been eligible to place bids on SPR oil. Prior to 2015, it was unlikely any product delivered to the winning bidder was exported outside the U.S. But that changed after the broad export ban on U.S.-produced crude oil was lifted that year. U.S. companies are permitted to place bids on SPR crude. The Department of Energy cannot dictate what selected bidders will do with the SPR crude oil after delivery. They cite an example, Phillips 66, one of the American companies that's purchased SPR oil made available last year. Reuters reported in June the company shipped about 470,000 barrels of that crude it bought to Italy. They found that other companies had brought reserve oil. Some made shipments to the Netherlands, some to India, some to China. Still, it's rare, they say, for companies to purchase oil from the reserve to export it. Okay, it's only possible to know retroactively where oil is sent after delivery and not when oil is delivered to the selected bidders. Either way, so for what it's worth, what are we looking at here? Eagle is on board here. Good morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, okay. How you doing, Steve? Yeah, I got to talk about a couple of things, Steve. Some things that I noticed over the, yesterday, and then get into something else. Now, last night I told you I watched the Donald Trump speech from his home in Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Now I noticed that everybody from Donald Trump's family was there last night, Steve, his sons and his daughters and their husbands. But guess who wasn't there? I found out. I thought I might have overlooked it, but Donald Trump's wife was not there, Melania.
Correct.
Now I want you to take a look at this situation, Steve, and you think about it. I don't think that Donald Trump, I don't think that he's gonna get no divorce. But you have to believe that his marriage definitely have a marriage problem. You got Donald Trump in trouble for allegedly having affairs with a porno star. What's her name? Stormy Daniels. And then there's some other woman that he had a sexual affair with. And then I told you last night, some unknown woman, I don't know who this is, claims that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. Now, I'm just saying, how do you think Melania feels about, any woman in her right mind wouldn't be happy with that situation, whether Donald Trump is guilty or not, with all these women coming at Donald Trump like this, Steve. So I believe, because the reason why I say that, what'd you say?
Eagle, these aren't new accusations. This Stormy Daniels stuff, this was all going back. I mean, I understand that. So I mean, Melania's I think personally, she probably just, she doesn't want to be in the mix. She doesn't want to be in the limelight. She just said, they probably talked about it. She said, I'm staying here. You go up there. He knew he was going to go up, spend the night up here in court, and go right back to Mar-a-Lago. So I just think,
but don't you think that's kind of strange that his wife wouldn't travel with him to New York City and then travel back with him? I understand what you're saying. Maybe she didn't want.
I don't. In this kind of scenario, probably not, because it wasn't going to be a happy time.
Let me put it to you this way. Don't you think that would have a strain on the marriage, though? Don't you, Steve? If you know that your husband has, been active with other women, that's not gonna help things out. So, like I say, I just noticed that Melania was absent. Everybody else in his family was there except for her. So hopefully things will go good with them. Because like I said, all these women are nothing but wanting money. Stormy Daniels, like I say, I do believe Donald Trump did have some kind of a sexual affair with this woman, and I believe that she tried to blackmail him to keep quiet. That's where the money came in. She told Donald Trump, if you don't give me this certain amount of money, I'm gonna let your wife in on the deal. That's how I think that happened and how it got out of control. But like I said before, what I wanted to ask you, Steve, is when are they gonna file charges against Bill Clinton? When are charges going to be filed against Bill Clinton for what he did with Monica Lewinsky? That sound kind of, with all the women that Bill Clinton is accused of, never heard of no charges coming up on him. And I guarantee you, I've heard rumors that Hillary and Bill gave women money to keep quiet, hush money too. Yeah. But like I say, you and I both know nothing will never come of it because they're Democrats. What'd you say?
Oh yeah, that's 100% correct. It's been done before. I don't know. They're trying to make it sound like there's a technicality here in New York. You know, that's where they're trying to make something that it's been done a million times before. And this whole rule about
I'm pretty sure
the whole thing where you have to disclose this on your corporate form or something, like what Dershowitz said. Who do you know, anyone out there who's ever made a payment to try to keep something quiet is going to divulge it on a public forum?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. But you know something? I made a mistake last night, Steve, when I was talking. I said that the black guy, the DA, I misunderstood. I said that his daughter was affiliated with the Kamala Harris administration. It's not him. It's the judge. And that's the reason why this case should be thrown out right now, Steve. I don't know what you call that, but there's what you say?
Yeah, you're correct. You're right. You're right. It was the judge. The judge's daughter worked for Kamala and Biden and others.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, there's no way in hell that this judge should be allowed to be involved with this case, Steve, if his daughter is affiliated with the Biden administration. See, you and I both know that Donald Trump is not going to get a fair trial with this judge. This guy is already biased towards Donald Trump. He doesn't like Donald Trump. This is like I said, this case should be either taken to Staten Island, like Trump said, to another location in New York, or thrown in the garbage can where it belongs. That's basically that's where it should go, is in the trash can. Because this other guy, the black guy, what's his name again? This guy here, he said before he got the job, Steve, that was his ultimate goal. He wants to take Donald Trump down. That's the reason why they put this case in front of him to begin with, because this guy hates Donald Trump, and he wants to end Donald Trump. He don't want Donald Trump to go nowhere near the White House. Donald Trump is facing a deck of cards that are totally against him right now, Steve. And I heard Pappy say last night, and it hurt me to say it, but it's true that Donald Trump, if this case was to go through, he probably would lose, Steve, because the deck is against Donald Trump. I'm saying if it's held in this same if it's held in this same courtroom with this same judge and this same bogus DA, Pappy, I have to say you are right. Donald Trump would lose, and that's a damn shame, because this should not be allowed to go on. See, we don't live in a banana republic, but these people are trying to turn it into a banana republic. I think you said something about it, and I heard about it the other day, Steve. This is what they used to do back in the old days, the Russians and the other countries, when they wanted to eliminate somebody from politics, they turned everything against the guy to totally take him out of the picture. And it looks like that's what they're trying to do to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not going to get a fair trial in New York, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, I did a little quick search there as far as anybody else asking questions about, like, where's Melania? Oh boy, yeah, there's he's right. I guess there's a bunch of different headlines. Not only did she see, I don't think it's a big deal that she didn't go to New York. I wouldn't blame her. It wasn't a fun visit. Of course, she spent plenty of time in New York. Not like she's going to see anything new. Yeah, knowing that he's going to go in, he's going to have to go in the courtroom. It's not going to be a pleasant situation. But apparently, I guess the bigger question they're kind of saying that I'm seeing here is, where was she after the arraignment, when he addressed, the people there on, what was that, Tuesday night from Mar-a-Lago? He was back there, and apparently she was nowhere to be found. That's kind of got people scratching their head a bit. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. detergents. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I pulled up the New York Post, which would be considered more of a conservative leaning versus the likes of the totally left New York Times. But New York Post says, former First Lady Melania was noticeably absent from Mar-a-Lago's ballroom Tuesday night, as former President Trump made his first public comments hours after becoming the first commander-in-chief in history to be arraigned on criminal charges. He said, "I have a great family. They've done a fantastic job. We appreciate it. They've gone through a lot." Speaking to about 400 supporters at his Palm Beach residence and club. "I have a son here, Don Jr., done a great job. Another son here, Eric, done a great job. Ivanka." So that's 3 of his 4 adult children. Barron will be great someday. He's tall and he's smart. The former First Lady was not singled out. And now, while Don Jr., Eric, and Tiffany attended their dad's speech with their significant others, Ivanka and her husband, Jared Kushner, were in Wyoming to celebrate Passover, a trip they've made in years past. The Jewish holiday began at sundown Wednesday. Ivanka, who saw her father in person Sunday, and Kushner are supporting Trump as family members in private. Trump campaign spokesman Jason Miller did not respond to our request for information on the former First Lady's whereabouts over the past couple of days after he traveled to New York for his arraignment without her. When asked by the New York Post where Melania was Tuesday night, MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell, who was among the supporters at the event, said, "I don't know. I'm going to find out." Then proceeded to walk out of the ballroom through the same exits Trump and the other guests used. Let's see. Michelle LaRosa, a former spokesman for the First Lady Jill Biden, suggesting that Melania's absence was pretty significant. "I mean, prior to Trump appearing in the doorway, I held my breath, awaiting to see if the former First Lady would be by his side, clasping his hand, showing unconditional love and support. There would have been a lot of power in that picture." So I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it, but this whole Stormy Daniels, that's not a new story. She's known these things and all the other accusations. There were so many others. They turned out to be fictitious, but well, what do you say, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Yeah, I don't know. They might be reading too much into that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ivanka made it clear, though, when he announced he was running again, she didn't want no part of it. She's done, man.
Yeah, 4 years of 4 years of torment was enough. Yeah.
Yeah, can't blame him. I mean, who knows with the missus, man? I mean, she doesn't travel with him on all these Trump rallies. You don't see her a lot, So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into that. But, hey, man, I just sent you an email.
I was looking at that. What Pup was alluding to, and someone a few weeks ago brought that up as well. I can't remember who. I might have been Vic or someone. Yeah,
yes, sir.
If oil gets off the dollar, as it's always been traded in U.S. dollars. I mean, I pulled up several stories that said that would have a devastating impact potentially to our economy.
Yeah, you talk about inflation now, Steve. You talk about hyperinflation. If we lose the petrodollar, man, we're big trouble. Everybody starting to get away from it. Did you hear about this BRICS? It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, all using the Chinese yen now, dealing oil, and a lot of other countries now are coming around. In the past, they've always used the United States dollar. You want to buy oil, you got to use it. We don't want to take your small little country's currency because it's not stable.
Mm-hmm. Well, as we get to news break time, I want you to hold that thought. I'm going to share some of these headlines. Reuters, these are just the headlines. Reuters, Saudi Aramco boosts China investment with 2 refinery deals. Now, these are all in the last few weeks, these headlines. Let's see. India announces trade settlement in rupees with Malaysia. Gives a blow to dollar hedge money. There's several others here, which we'll get to coming up first. We got to take care of the news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Police say a woman is in custody after entering Trump Tower in Chicago with a rifle. It was reported earlier that the situation appeared to be a domestic-related incident. There's been no reports of injuries. Parts of Missouri are reeling after a tornado tore through the state Wednesday and left at least 5 people dead. Governor Mike Parson noted the recovery process could take a while.
I think when you look at the devastation of this, it's going to be weeks upon months to be able to recover. It's a long journey ahead for the people that live here.
Parson added that he spoke to President Biden, who he said offered any needed services. The tornado struck rural areas about 100 miles south of St. Louis. Gas prices could spike in the next few days. Gas Buddy says OPEC's decision to cut production will cause gas prices to rise by 10 to 20 cents. The average price of a gallon of gas in the U.S. is $3.52. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today if you're not. All right, where we leave off there, I was sharing some of the headlines as we get our final hour underway. Yeah, what happens if the U.S. loses what they call the petrodollar. I'd shared a couple of the headlines Pappy forwarded. Yeah, this is from like last Friday from the Times of India. Saudi agrees to partner with China-led security bloc. Reuters news exclusive. Indian refiners pay traders in dirhams for Russian oil. Bloomberg News, April 3rd, a couple days ago. China's yuan replaces the dollar as the most traded currency in Russia. From the Asian Times, China and Brazil reached the RMB-based trade deal. Following in the footsteps of Russia and Iran, Brazil will allow its exporters to receive the Chinese currency. All these things seem to be leading in one direction. Let's see. New worries, America on the verge of losing the petrodollar privilege. Now, no surprise, Russia's working to undermine the U.S. dollar standard. Western sanctions have tried to blacklist Russia from the global financial transactions, forcing the Kremlin to pursue alternatives, which includes doing international business in rubles, yuan, even gold. What U.S. officials fear now is that Saudi Arabia could announce it will no longer price oil exclusively in dollars. Any abandonment of the petrodollar would formally signal the end of the dollar's status as world reserve currency. The consequences of such development would be catastrophic. That, according to Monica Crowley, who served as the assistant to the U.S. Treasury Secretary under former President Trump. Her statement says it's really hard to overstate exactly how catastrophic the abandonment of the U.S. dollar would be as the world's global reserve currency. Look, since the end of World War II, the dollar's been the safe place to go. It's been backed up by a couple of things. It originally was backed by gold. Nixon took us off the gold standard. So there's no hard asset backing up the dollar anymore for the last 50 years. But it has been backed up by the strength and the economic power of the United States and the fact that oil has always been traded in dollars. If that were to end, that would mean the end of the U.S. dollar. If Saudi Arabia decides to join with America's enemies here and start trading oil in different currencies, that will undermine the entire global economic system. And here at home, you know what it's going to mean for us? It's going to mean raging inflation, so much worse than anything we've ever experienced. With so much at stake, the Treasury Department, the Federal Reserve, the large financial institutions want to prevent public confidence in the U.S. dollar from slipping. One of the warning signs of a collapsing currency would be a spike in gold prices. The powers that be in the futures market seem to be trying to push gold back down whenever it begins to make a move past $2,000 per ounce. That's pretty frightening, just based on those headlines. And those were all within like the past week, Pappy. Is there a push?
Yes, sir.
Are the Saudis kind of teaming up with our enemies, all looking to bring us down?
Remember the different types of warfare, Steve, we've been talking about?
Yeah.
Economic warfare. How much money do you think in transactions with oil, Steve, how many U.S. dollars do you think, get passed around each day in oil?
And if I understand, if you stop trading in the dollar, all of a sudden there's just all kinds of dollars that there's no use for anymore.
Yeah, all these other countries say, we don't want your money. Take it back. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Steve, I explained it. It's so simple. You know, when I explained it to my kids when they were younger, you take 4 kids, you put them at a table, right? You're going to play a little game. We're going to buy some candy or whatnot. You put 100 pennies on the table. You give each of them 25 pennies, right? What are you willing to pay for this? Or what are you willing to pay for that? You know, 2 cents for this, maybe 5 cents for this, right? Now you take 1,000 pennies and put it on the table. What happens? You're willing, that same 2 cents piece of candy is now going to be several hundred pennies. It's that simple. It's economic warfare, Steve, that the Chinese is imposing on the United States. And if this happens, we're in trouble. I mean, we're already in trouble. Eagle said, you know, we're not a banana republic yet. I beg to differ. I think we already are. The second that indictment went down, we became a banana republic. And I said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'll get off of here. You think that they're, you know, done with Trump? Once Trump is out of the picture, whenever that may be, if we don't turn this around, it will be the next one. It will be DeSantis, whoever takes his place, they will do the same thing to him or her. We need to nip it in the bud, as Barney Fife would say, right?
Right.
Real quick, I'll get off here as far as the Tannerite.
Yeah.
Spark. I don't know. This was an indoor shooting range, correct?
My understanding, yes.
You know, I heard you talking about it. It wasn't quite clear. I guess I'd have to see the photos of the explosion, but did it like bring this building down? I mean, this guy said his range bag was laying there. It was still covered in rubble. So it sounds like this whole building blew up.
I don't think the whole building, the one eyewitness, because there's not a whole lot of details. One eyewitness who wanted to stay anonymous said that it looked like there were sparklers or something kind of going off on the ground, and then the whole ground exploded, and I think a bunch of cement and whatnot. It sounds like whatever, the floor was that big enough explosion to stir up a lot of debris, if that makes sense, and shrapnel and whatnot, but it didn't like blow up the whole building.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anybody bringing Tannerite into an indoor shooting range, and I guarantee you they wouldn't allow that if somebody snuck it in there. But, you put a lid on that stuff. I don't know. What if there was some kind of gas leak? If there's other different types of rounds, like these tracers rounds, these phosphorus rounds, when they hit something, they'll spark like that.
Yeah.
If there could have been some sort of gas leak, but if there was, Steve, if somebody shot some Tannerite in there, that's not an accident. That's an intentional event, right? An accident is an unintentional event. So, I don't know. I have to have some more info on that before we make any kind of decisions. But it sounds like there was some type of gas, something in there, that caused something to go boom, boom. Well, yeah, keep your eye on this, Steve, with this petrodollar, man. I'm telling you, man. Just when you think things can't get worse, so. All right, guys, hammer down. Be safe.
Very good. Thank you much. I was just pulling up other stories, trying to find from the ABC affiliate there, in the locale of the shooting range. Said one person evaluated on the scene by EMS, then drove himself to a clinic for further treatment. He told authorities the explosion caused shrapnel to fly at him, resulting in several cuts to his face. Authorities noted in the incident report the explosion's ignition point seemed proximal to the floor in front of 4 lanes in the range. Local fire officials, bomb squad, BATF, responding along with Dominion Energy. All right, so yeah, just that was an update from this past day, a little after 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So I don't know. Still looking into it, but the shooting range is shut down indefinitely. What the heck happened there? It is 844-3388. Yes, Hillbilly.
Hey, Steve. Tennonite. When you buy it from the store, it's not explosive. There's a package on top of the stuff that you got to mix in with before it becomes explosive. We used a lot on the farm just to shoot in there and make things go boom, boom. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if someone brought some in there already mixed up and just threw it out in the middle of the range and shot it, I can see where, like if you're shooting at the floor there, maybe you shoot the sparks up at what he saw until he hit it. Kind of thing, but I couldn't see it doing that kind of damage and that kind of shrapnel
Okay.
in the range. So, 'cause, I mean, it's on top to have shrapnel. It's got to be underneath the ground to blow it up. I can see it blowing, like, maybe scarring the floor, but, I mean, it's kind of like a firecracker. You put a firecracker in your hand and light it off. It just burns your hand. You cup your hand and let the thing firecracker.
It's going to hurt. It's going to do damage. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of like, he just said a gas leak or something. Maybe a methane gas leaking through the floor and someone shooting low and sparked it, maybe, or it could be anything. I don't know how the building is or where the gas lines go through or if any, but that's my kind of assumption on that, that kind of damage and shrapnel. But what y'all talking about the oil market, that's scary stuff right there. I ain't that good on financial, but we lose the like petroleum dollar, like he was saying, we're in a world of trouble. But like I said, smarter people needs to nip this in the bud. But that's all I got, Steve. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Hey, appreciate you chiming back in here. You know, you noticed what was a very frightening banking crisis scenario that really seemed to go to the back burner. Like, okay, everything's settled down. It's all good. No more concerns. It's over, right? Earlier this week, J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said in a letter to shareholders that the banking crisis is not over, not at this point. And that even when it does end, its impact's going to linger for years, while warning that America seems to be moving into a vicious cycle. And I quote, "As I write this letter, the current crisis is not yet over. Even when it is behind us, there will be repercussions for years to come." This is, again, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan, saying in a wide-ranging 43-page missive that included the ominous warning that storm clouds threaten the U.S. economy. Of course, you start with the Silicon Valley Bank, triggering a crisis of confidence in the bank sector. Financial authorities rushed to the rescue package to stem a potential run on bank deposits. Dimon said any crisis that damages Americans' trust in their banks damages all banks, a fact that was known even before this crisis. Now, in the 2 weeks since the failure of SVB, roughly $213 billion in deposits have been pulled from America's domestically chartered commercial banks as skittish savers rush to withdraw their money. That, according to the seasonally adjusted Federal Reserve figures on deposit outflows. While some argue that's a relative drop in the bucket compared to the roughly $16 trillion in total deposits held by the banks, experts have warned that the deposit flight is a factor contributing to tighter lending standards, Small businesses, especially vulnerable to what some believe will become a looming credit crunch. Diamond went on to say, regarding the current disruption in the U.S. banking system, most of the risks were hiding in plain sight. Exposure to rising interest rates, which materialized when the Federal Reserve set out on their aggressive rate hike cycle, trying to tame inflation. Now, he faults the regulators for not including interest rate risks in their stress testing, which exacerbated the risk. When the crisis does eventually pass, it will lead to changes in the regulatory framework, cautioning against any sort of knee-jerk, whack-a-mole, or politically motivated responses that oftentimes result in achieving the opposite of what they actually intended. Rather than rushing to overregulate, he urged the financial authorities deeply think through and coordinate what are complex regulations to achieve your stated goals. Now, America has had and continues to have the best, most dynamic financial system in the world, from various types of investors to its banks, the rule of law, investor protections, transparency, and other features. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And then started talking about, again, all of a sudden, this turmoil with the banks leading to the thoughts that a recession may again come into play. So, I don't know. It's been kind of crazy times. 23 past the hour. Let me jump over to Knucklebuster. Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking me back a second time tonight there, Mr. Steve Summers. You know, extra, read all about it there. Chicago's mayoral election results, Brandon Johnson was elected the next mayor, as Paul Valleas concedes there, you know. After a century of electing nothing but Democrats and getting only corruption, death, and poverty in return, Chicago residents have decided to make a change to the status quo by electing a different Democrat this time. Well, maybe this Democrat will be different, said one local business owner. Oh, well.
Right, yeah. Yeah, my understanding is, I mean, their choice was two different Democrats, of course, from the runoff. But this was like the worst of the two, the far left of the left, more of a socialist, communist, Bernie Sanders kind of guy.
Yeah, Oprah said, I sure hope some things change soon there from her luxury high-rise condo. I heard a rumor that my assistant driver's intern's errand boy got shot in the face last week. Just terrible. And at Publishing Time, thousands of criminals had celebrated another Democrat being elected by firing their guns in the air.
Oh, isn't that one? That's a nice, safe thing to do.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, there was a rumor that Reese Witherspoon was dating Tom Brady, and she shut that down real quick, and I think Tom shut it down too there. And beer scientists at Budweiser's headquarters are reportedly hard at work researching how many cans of Bud Light it would take for Dylan Mulvaney to pass as a woman. So, yeah. Well, I don't know. Monkey Gouger might have the answer to that question there, you know. Did you know Trump was awarded $122,000 in attorney fees from Stormy Daniels?
Yeah, the same day he was indicted. How about that? Just hours before.
Yeah. She already owes him $500,000 on attorney fees, too. Yep. So, I don't know. Last story I got, Paige Spiranac claps back at a commentator who took offense to her revealing outfit. This is so insulting to me. To men, the comment read, don't toy with our love of golf. You're beautiful, yes, but you don't need to be overt. Dress proper and you'd still be hot there. Spiranac lost the robe and responded, so what I'm gathering is that you hate boobs, she says, but everyone loves boobs. Boobs are great. There's a lot going on in the world that should bother you and offend you, she tweeted. Boobs ain't one of them. So anyway,
so you
know, Bellarmine.
Do you have any wagers or guesses? How many Bud Lights would it take for you to see Dylan Mulvaney as a true female?
They don't make enough Bud Light in the world for me to drink that much, Steve.
I guess all we have to do is ask her to maybe lift her skirt up, and we'll know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I like that Bellamy Brothers song. Can you please tell your boobs stop looking at my eyes? And you girls buy Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts there, because I like seeing Steve's name stuck straight out there. And that's all my bull only for this morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great day.
You do the same there, Knuckle Buster. All right. Quite honestly, I'd never heard of Dylan Mulvaney until this whole Bud Light thing blew up. Wouldn't have known from Adam. All right, it is 844-844-3388. I was trying to scour and see, is the idea that this is a guy that actually had the transition surgery? I'm not finding that. All I'm finding is a lot of news reports about he had facial feminization surgery to make, I guess, his facial features look more like a female. So that's not I'll have to do some more scouring to get the rest of the story. But the whole idea of the Bud Light promotion was celebrating 365 days of girlhood. Is that just after the facial feminization surgery? I don't know. And I don't care, but I'm not a Bud Light drinker anyway. I'm a taste great, less filling kind of guy. All right, news break coming up here. Back to the calls ahead at 844-844-3388. While the establishment media was fixated on the legal theater of Donald Trump, an entirely different drama was playing out in Washington, one you probably haven't heard a thing about. We'll tell you coming up.
USA News Update. Likely yet another item for former President Trump to worry about. Former Vice President Mike Pence will now comply with an order to testify in an ongoing investigation of Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. That's according to Pence's advisor. His decision to comply will give special counsel Jack Smith access to one of the key figures with insight into Trump's efforts to remain in power. It's unclear exactly when the former Veep will appear before the grand jury in D.C. One resident in Glen Allen, Missouri, where a large tornado raked communities for miles, killing at least 5 people, says he knew something big was coming Wednesday morning.
The power went off and then the house just started shaking, so we were very fortunate. Our shop is leveled, our barn is leveled, our chicken shack is leveled, but our house is here.
The Weather Service says the twister had peak wind speeds of 130 miles an hour. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls in a moment. Let me get back to the rest of the story. While the media world was fixated on the legal theater, the Dog and Pony Show there in New York. An entirely different drama was also playing out there in Washington, D.C. The classified document scandal. Remember that? That the Biden administration no doubt hoped would have faded away by now. Is back for a second act, thanks to James Comer. And if the release of Alvin Bragg's indictment showed that it wasn't nearly as bad for Trump as the liberals hoped it would be, the news for Joe Biden could be much worse than the country imagined. Statement released Tuesday, and in the interview with Jesse Waters, Comer, chairman of the House Oversight Committee, announced that the picture that had previously been painted of these classified documents being discovered by the Biden legal team back in November, then they kept them secret till January, apparently was very much incorrect. The documents were in a supposedly locked closet in the Penn Biden Center, University of Pennsylvania think tank that was established in 2018, shortly before the university began receiving tens of millions of dollars from donors in China. In fact, Comer said testimony from Kathy Chung, Biden's former executive assistant, showed the Biden White House had been trying to retrieve the documents since at least May of last year, 6 months before the public learned about them. Comer told Waters the documents had been in unauthorized locations since, Biden left the vice presidency at the end of the former President Barack Obama's second term in 2017. Now, after thanking Chung for her testimony, Comer said that the committee had learned from her that, quote, the documents didn't just start mysteriously moving around in November of last year like the White House has alleged. She said this dates back to May of 22, and this was testifying before the committee, by the way. I believe that's under oath. Testifying that the documents were moved from the vice presidency to at least 3 different locations in a personal vehicle. And why they were in 3 different locations, we don't know. They were not stored behind any locks. One of the locations was in Chinatown. The other location was in the Penn Biden Center, which might as well have been Chinatown by looking at where the money was coming from. The White House has never been honest with the American people. Remember, we never would have found out about this in March of this year if someone hadn't leaked it to the press that the documents had been found. So the White House came back and said, yeah, that happened in November, December, something like that last year. Well, she just testified, there it is, under oath, that it happened in May of 22. We now have more questions today than we've ever had. Of course, they've got the special counsel investigation into Trump's handling of classified documents, seized in the FBI's appalling raid of Trump's home in August, Mar-a-Lago, of course. What Joe Biden is suspected of doing could be far worse. Now, the laptop that his son left in Wilmington, Delaware, the repair shop, has been a trove of information, almost all of which has been ignored by the establishment media. But the New York Post reported in January on one email that showed Hunter might have shared with his colleagues at the Ukraine energy company Burisma the contents of at least one of the classified documents that should have been kept secure in his father's office when the elder Biden was vice president. We don't know how many locations he had. We don't know what these documents were. We're very suspicious that his son sent one of those in an email to Ukraine to his buddies at Burisma. It's just another example of the two-tiered justice system in this country. Now, those revelations on Tuesday put the Biden classified document scandal in a far worse light for the White House than it's ever looked so far. And it was already pretty bad, considering it is the subject of a special counsel investigation as we speak. First, if it's true that all this was happening at least as far back of May 22 as testified under oath, it means the Biden White House flat out lied to the American people when they claimed they didn't know about the Penn Biden Center documents until November. Sitting on the story of the documents through the midterm elections was dishonest, but somewhat understandable from a political viewpoint. Flat out lying, though, about the timing after the documents were reported, that's a different matter. As the old saying goes, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. But even worse from any viewpoint is that if the May timeline is true, it means that was not included in the Twitter post that Biden's FBI actually raided Trump's Mar-a-Lago home while knowing full well the sitting president had a similar problem. I mean, normal Democrat hypocrisy and dishonesty, that's one thing, but engaging in it while sending armed agents of the government against a powerful political rival is truly the stuff of totalitarian dreams. Finally, the classified document scandal could well merge into the story of the Biden family's financial ties to China, which essentially would tie an American president to benefiting financially from his own country's biggest global threat. Now, you recall the mainstream media, the media world went absolutely bananas on a whole lot less evidence or even the probability when it came to then President Donald Trump in 2017. But yes, it's a two-tiered system. The mainstream is on board, lock, stock, and barrel, looking to help cover up. And I don't know, is there any irony? Or is it just coincidental that these sort of things? Well, why is Alvin Braggs pursuing this matter when so many in the legal field have already said this case is weak at best, whereas the Justice Department had already investigated the same matter that Braggs is now trying to pursue and said the evidence didn't exist. It wasn't there. Well, let's see what's going on with Vic this morning. Well, I guess I could say it was good to see you in Louisville, but man, was it brief. Just hey, Vic, how you doing?
Yeah, well, like I told you there weren't that many of the classic trucks there, maybe half a dozen or so, and I went through and looked at them, and it's like, geez, these were the trucks I started driving, But anyway, there's one guy there that had a real good truck, but we're short on time. It was still had the gas, and I wanted to kind of catch up with Sylvester, but I missed him somewhere along the line because, number one, I thought that he once ran for constable down there in Fairview, Tennessee, but I didn't know if he had or not. And then there are a few other technical questions because he always did the technical work for Bubba Bo's little foundation there. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know if all that had went away or anything, but it's nothing major. And my roof had started to leak, and it was a brand new roof. And the guys came out, made good their warranty. It's a silly thing, the clips that holds the plywood together had worked through the roof. And they had repaired it, and my wife wasn't too crazy about me going anyway. And so when it looked like some serious storms were coming in, I figured I better be getting back home. But on this deal with Trump, number one, if I were him, I wouldn't be going around talking about how I've been severely mistreated. I would just get to the issues, because if all he's going to talk about was how he was severely mistreated, that's probably not going to go very far. And you remember how stock market Chris would he would get upset because nothing ever happened to all these financial people.
Mm-hmm.
And that Bragg, he said, well, I've done this for so many years or whatever. Usually what happens in those cases, they go to the individual that supposedly has committed the crime or the company, and they say, well, now you can take this to court, or we'll let you plead nolo contender, which is I'm not guilty of anything, but you pay this fine and we'll all go away and be happy. Mm-hmm. And I would imagine if you look at his this Bragg in this court, I suspect they've done that quite a bit to a lot of those financial institutions up there, because when you get into the tax thing, there are so many variabilities. But what he is saying, what this Bragg is saying, is that Trump wanted to pay this Stormy Daniels to cover it up, and he, Bragg, alone developed the connecting link that nobody else has found. But he's not going to tell you what that connecting link is.
Yep.
Well, at some point, he's going to have to come up and he's going to have to give that to Trump's defense team. If I were Trump, I'd just say, well, I don't want to talk about this until I find out what the connecting link is, and my legal team can then go ahead. And I would pound that and pound that and pound that until Bragg had to come forward and say what he really has. And at that time, that could be the end of it.
Well, and supposedly in the indictment, Bragg says that Trump and his activities broke federal election finance laws or something, but he never cited what law is he talking about, and none of the legal experts out there seem to know of one. So he's kind of pulling things out of thin air,
right? And like the Federal Election Commission looked at it, the federal courts have looked at it.
Yes,
nobody could find the connecting link. So where's his great revelation? he will have to come forward with that story. Well, now I don't have to do that. I'm sorry, but you do. You came forward with a criminal case, and you have to present all the evidence you have to the defense team of the defendant. At least that's the way it used to work. I'm not saying it's going to work that way in this time, but that's the way it's supposed to work. And this whole thing with Biden, remember they went after Trump because he had some businesses in China, legitimate businesses, and they said, well, that's the emolument clause in the Constitution. He's violating that. Well, it kind of looks like that the Biden family is really violating that emolument clause in spades, because they're not really in business. They're just providing advice. Now, there's a big difference between providing advice and running a legitimate business. But, the other reason that I went to the truck show, I wanted to talk to Chris about his tar hog. He said he's kind of making progress with that. And they're talking about him turning the tires into gasoline and everything else. And I said, well, if you ever get it lined out and really get it working good, you're going to have a world of stuff to do, because he'll probably keep working on it until he can turn plastic back into fuel. So when you were talking about all this stuff going on with crude oil and everything right now, I just have to believe that, number one, we still have a lot of crude oil in this country. So it won't work out for the Chinese the way they think it will. And they will probably wind up this BRIC thing, Brazil, Russia, India, and China. We still buy a lot of soybeans from Brazil. Actually, the company that Monkey Guy was talking about, they and I are no friends. I'll just say that. But anyway, they were the first ones that started importing Brazilian soybeans into the East Coast, and for their chicken farms, and also for their hog feeding operations. And they were big players in the export enhancement program, which we don't have time to go into. It's a long time anyway. But the gist of it is, China is going around the world. They're both Belt and Road Initiative. And one of the things they want to do is they want to mine the precious metals on the seabed floor between Hawaii and California. There's cobalt, nickel, gold, you name it. And it appears they really haven't made any arrangement. They're in their usual form. They're just doing it. And nobody's really talking about all that, all the precious metals that they're picking up from the ocean floor, nor are they talking about how it would affect the ocean ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
So there are many, many things that are going on far and above this deal with Stormy Daniels. And just real quickly with Melania Daniels, how many of these politicians have you seen get in trouble with other women and their wives to go out there and stand by them and go through all that, fuss and everything else? So maybe she just said, I'm not going to go do that. I'm just going to stay home and enjoy my life. And when you get back, that's fine. But, she knew what Donald Trump was like, because she was the other woman at one time. So, I don't think she's really too much shocked by his behavior. But anyway, the point of it is that if the Democrats can keep Republicans and Donald Trump focused on anything but the issues, on this trial case, they will probably make inroads. But if the Republicans, instead of trying to pay them back and, prosecute other people and everything else, if they would just stick to the issues and say, this is what it was like, 4 years ago, 8 years ago, or whatever, and this is what it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they had oil coming out of their ears down there at Cushing, Oklahoma. I still think there's a little skullduggery there, but the simple fact of the matter was, crude oil actually went negative. You remember that?
Yes. Yep.
And now we're talking about $80, $90 a barrel oil. So there's just there are a lot of issues to talk about. Say, well, this is how it is. And also, they said Trump, what's Trump going to do? Wave a magic wand? Well,
Sure
he
enough.
did.
He
because
sure enough
the
did.
economy was
Jobs were coming
and
back.
he just needs to take every issue and remind them of that. And oh, by the way, talking about Obama, he took records with him. However long he was out of office, he left 7 years. He was going to digitize them. The last I heard, he still hasn't digitized them and returned the paper records back to the National Archives. So anyway, we're getting late, and I'll let you go, Steve. But like I said, don't let him get you. Trump doesn't want to let the Democrats get them distracted. They've done that to him time and time again. Just focus on the issues and point out the difference.
All right, and things were a lot different, no doubt about it. And I guess realistically, the COVID-19, that the COVID is what turned the apple cart over. That's what sent everything to hell in a handbasket. It is Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get a final note from 5-7. Yes, sir.
Yeah, real quick, I wonder if Saudi Arabia is going to repay or buy spare parts for the equipment we give them for their battle against Yemen. I wonder if they're going to pay us in yuan or
Yuan.
yuan.
Yeah.
So, if we can pull our equipment out of there, and they can take that, substandard Russian or Chinese jets, that's fine. Where's our, let's see if we can hear our politicians start hollering about this stuff, which, thank God, we're hearing on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, including that little blurb that you just put out about the, the skullduggery going on behind the scenes. The only thing we got is the purse. Cut the funding for the Justice Department, the FBI, and also to pull these guys in like they did Mayorkas and ruin their careers. Mayorkas looks like somebody beat him across the face. He was red-faced, man. His eyes were watered. He was almost crying while Ted Cruz was telling him that you're a despicable human being. And he just tried to defend himself, and Ted Cruz just said, well, returned it and said you needed to resign. So that's about the only thing we can do is watch these guys that we voted for, try to bring these guys in, and if they're willing to ruin their careers and their reputation to put up with the lies coming out of the White House. So we're not there yet. We're working, and thank God for them. Other than that, I'm going to wait for my notification for the summer.
There you go. Only hope is, can we get it done quick enough, soon enough? Yeah, we were talking earlier, I guess. Yeah, this kind of answers my question. Real quick, like in our final moments. You're talking about, what if Saudi Arabia gets off the petrodollar and actually goes with China and the yuan? That's the question 5-7 just asked. The headline, Reuters, at this hour. The foreign ministers of Iran and Saudi Arabia met in Beijing Thursday. That's here just hours ago. For their first formal meeting of the top diplomats in more than 7 years after China brokered a deal to restore ties between the regional rivals. After years of hostility that fueled conflicts across the Middle East, Iran and Saudi Arabia agreed to end their diplomatic rift and reopen embassies in a major deal facilitated by China last month. Yeah, we know what China's trying to do. Things to think about. All right, we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.